time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Evening, everyone. Welcome to NUFC Talk Match Build-Up with Tim and Peter. Thanks for joining us, everyone, there in the comments. We've got Burnley coming up today, or tonight. And me and Peter are here to talk you through it before I hand over to Gary, Chris, and potentially Win, I'm assuming. So, big game tonight. Before we'll focus on that, can't be a bit of housework. So, get the comments in. We'll try and get to as many as we can. I won't be putting them on the screen, but I'll read through as many as I can. Like, obviously, as always, if you want to guarantee it, give us a super chat and I'll definitely read it out. Thanks for all your support out there, lads and lasses. And, fingers crossed for tonight. Let's see what happens. Let's talk about what we think will happen. And our pal there, best set of twins in Newcastle. I appreciate that, mate. Cheers for the support.
I'll take that.
Excuse me. So, Burnley at Turf Moor. What are you thinking, Peter? How are you feeling about this one?
Well, first of all, everyone in the chat, I hope you're all still enjoying the festive period. It feels like kind of time stops still between sort of Christmas Day and New Year's Day. It's like
Chris says it isn't Christmas anymore, but it is really, isn't it?
Aye. You don't take your decorations down really until January, do you? So I hope you're still enjoying it. And hopefully it's not going to be spoilt too much by the Toon. So, Burnley tonight. So what do I think? I mean, it's... what do I say, really? I mean, like you say, it's the festive season. Got to try and get in the festive kind of spirit of things. But I have to say, and I sort of alluded to this, before the Man United match, that you look at the away record and you look at how things are going this season. I can't see us keeping a clean sheet again. I just don't see where that's coming from, really. And so I think it's going to be a case of outscoring Burnley tonight if we're going to win. So, I mean, obviously we'll get into Burnley in terms of, I've got a stat here about Burnley, how they've fared this season, and just in general though, in terms of I'm sure Eddie Howe is going to be a hot topic for a lot of people at the minute with Newcastle. And I've said off camera to you, Timmy, about this, and for a little while it's felt to me like this season's got all the hallmarks of a transition, and basically his last season. And there's many things we could go through really on that, but like I've said before about the clean sheet, we've looked so open this season, really vulnerable. We've been the soft touch a lot of times this season, mainly away from home, but it's kind of crept in at home as well in terms of conceding late goals. And I'll just mention something as well on that, and I guess on Eddie Howe specifically. I mentioned to you, Timmy, about how last season he got a lot of stick, didn't he, for keeping Longstaff in, right? Over Tonali. Now, at the time, and I still stand by this, I didn't mind that. And I'm going to make a point that's relevant to what's going on now with regards to this. So for me, I liked it that he stuck with Longstaff in that moment, because to me, first of all, the team were winning, and I think it was always inevitable. Tonali was going to come in when the time was right. But secondly, it sent a message to everyone that it doesn't matter what your name is, doesn't matter what your reputation is, you have to play well. And if you are playing well, you get to keep that jersey, right? And that to me is a good message to send out to a squad of players. It kind of helps to, I would imagine, motivate all the players in that squad that they've all got a
Mm.
chance, but they have to perform to keep that jersey.
Mm.
Will be given that chance if they do that, right? And that's why I liked it that we had that moment last season where he gave Longstaff the run that I think he that was warranted. Now, obviously, Tonali came in like Wall we knew he would eventually, and showed what he's about. But I mention all that because this season with Eddie Howe, and I've backed him. I've backed him for most of this season to get things right because of all the qualities that he brings as a manager. From the last few seasons, we've seen that. But this season, relating to what I've just said there about Longstaff, you look at Harvey Barnes and Gordon, and Gordon against Man United. I know Eddie Howe said he thought he was one of the better players,
Mm.
but I've only watched the game once. But to me, he couldn't cross, he couldn't deliver, he couldn't pick out, couldn't pick out a man in the box when he needed to. And we
Mm.
all know he's been poor for like 2 seasons now, really overall. And we know he's gonna get straight back in when he's fit. Now, no
Yeah.
matter how Harvey Barnes is playing, it's got to the point where we know he will be dropped if Gordon is fit. And that is not how the manager was managing things. Like
Yeah.
last year, like I say, he was kind of like reputations didn't matter. He was playing the right players, the best players for for
They
whatever
were playing
particular
well.
game it was, if they were in form. Yeah, in form players. And he was rewarding that. And the players were rewarding him for that faith. But now, like it just seems he's going against what his whole ethos is. He's going against that. He even says in press conferences that when he gets asked about Ramsey, for example, players have to earn the jersey. But like I say, well, but he's saying that, and then he's doing something different with Gordon and Barnes, and I'm sure Pope will be straight back in when he's fit, and so yeah, like things like that, and certain decisions in terms of when I think back, you could say red flags if you like throughout the season in terms of you know other players that he's maybe not dropped or hasn't given a chance to. Just feels like it's this season. Yeah, it feels like a transitional season.
Mm.
So, but in the short term, tonight we'll see. I think they desperately need a win tonight just to alleviate the pressure. I think that's building, and then
Yeah.
kind of go from there, take stock, and hopefully put on a run. That win, if we do get a win, will help us go on a run. But we'll see. What are you thinking about tonight, Timmy?
Well, just good to see the comments coming in. You got Toon, you got Kenny. Jordan, Tony T's in didn't enjoy Christmas seemingly. Maybe it's not your thing, mate. You got Trolls, you got Gaz, and good old Wazza's in as well. So yeah, good to have you, mate. Many others as well. And yeah, one of the comments there says, I think, kind of like, you seriously listen to someone bugging up Longstaff over Tonali. But I think your point is that it's not about Longstaff per se. It's just about the fact that Eddie Howe was playing a player who was playing well, despite there being Tonali on the bench who was waiting to come in. He was rewarding players who were actually putting in a shift and not just picking a reputation, i.e. Anthony Gordon, who seemingly is picked whenever he's fit, no matter what Harvey Barnes is doing on the pitch.
Yeah, that's the
Um,
principle of it.
aye. But I think with Burnley tonight, one thing I have heard online is that Nick Pope is back in. So I
There
don't
you
know how
go.
true that is, but
Mm.
that's what I've heard. So yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, the thing is, what I would say about that is like, Ramsdale hasn't covered himself in glory, has it? I mean, don't get us wrong. I think I probably would stick with him because I think he could potentially get better if he had a run of games, a longer run of games. If you kind of said to him, "Look, you're the man for now," because he showed at Arsenal, he was player of the season, wasn't he? Player of the year in the Premier League team. Um, so if he could improve his shot stopping, and then obviously he is much better at his feet with the ball at his feet. And there has been times I think where we have obviously looked a lot more comfortable, where we are passing it at the back and looking to break by Ramsdale pinging balls around from the back four, and um, but it really is tricky because like you've the polar opposites, and whoever's in goal, we're gonna have a problem. Um, say here let's have a look. So Troll says he wants Pope in. I want Pope in as he is a way better shot stopper, and I agree with that. Um, the only thing I would say is no matter how many times Pope showed himself to be a good shot stopper, he was still costing us goals in other ways when he was in before he got injured. You look at the West Ham game, you look at the Brentford game, those games before that, um, coming out, not claiming the ball. I think there were times he was actually easily beat as well. That West Ham goal, quite a near post. I think he could have done better there. So he was well out of form. So yes, if he's on form, great. But yeah, like Gaz says there, I want Ruddy. At this point, would he do any worse? You know what I
Chuck
mean?
him in.
Huh?
Aye, chuck him in.
Aye. But we'll see. I mean, obviously, Nick Pope will be going back to his old club, so you'd like to think he'd want to put a performance in there as well, more than anywhere else, type thing. But um, look, I think it's as I think um somebody says, I've forgotten his name. There's a cigarette paper between the two. You know what I mean? Like there's not much between them at all. So
Mhm.
I can see both sides. I think it will be Pope. But I think Ramsdale should have done better for the time that he had in. He looked very hesitant. He looked a bit all over the place when the ball was coming in the 6-yard box.
Mhm.
Maybe that's just a confidence thing where he wasn't sure if he was number one choice and he wanted, assurances. I don't know, who knows, but either way, we need a long term keeper going
Yeah.
forward. Yeah. Who else would you play for this one for the rest of the team?
Well, the whole debate about Wissa and Voltameda is going to come around as well. I've got no doubt. People will be clamoring for both to play at the same time. So you've asked us about the team. Let's say for tonight, against Burnley, I think I've got couple of different formations written down here. Now, I personally, I think Eddie Howe tonight will probably drop Voltameda. I think he'll play Wissa, but I think it'll be like for like. And I think he may bring in Alanga. I've got a feeling for Murphy
Well, if
as
he's
well.
fit.
Oh yeah, he was out the squad, wasn't he? Aye, for Man United. True. But yeah, I can see him bringing in Wissa. But for me, I'm writing down a couple of formations here before we started this show, and obviously I can't visualize it on the screen for you legends watching, fortunately. But if you can just try and visualize this, so like, how about if you played? I'll give you two examples, right? You could play first of all 5-3-2 wing backs. Now, I'd imagine that might mean bringing in Lascelles because I just can't think of anyone else who's fit to come into that centre defence with Charwin Shaw.
But he's not fit anyway, I don't
Is he
think.
not?
No. But I
Right.
think he's injured, aye.
So basically, they've only got two fit centre halves,
Aye.
Charwin Shaw.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, you can't even play. You can't
Aye.
do wing backs, can you?
Aye.
Well, in that case, I mean, let's just say if you played 4-4-2 but a diamond, you could have the same back four, you could still have Tonali, Bruno, and Ramsey in the midfield, but you could make use of Willock, put him at the top of the diamond with Voltemade then up front with Wissa. But again, Voltemade is going to drop deep as well. So you've kind of got, you could maybe look at it as like 4-3-2-1. I think that could be an option. These things we mention, it's always rare, I think, that we ever see this actually happen. But
Uh,
that's something that crossed my mind about how to fit both strikers in tonight.
yeah. No, interesting. I'll come on to that in a second. Just to see Tony T super chat. He says Ramsdale isn't worth double the price of Pope. I think a lot of that comes down to age as well. Like Ramsdale's, what is he, like 26, 27 or something? So he's still got a lot of years ahead for a goalkeeper, whereas Pope is, I think he's 32 or something now, isn't he? Which is still fine for a keeper, but he's got the injury issues as well, perhaps with his shoulder. So, and like somebody said, it's like choosing between, two particular illnesses. I won't really name that, how he put it, but hopefully whoever's in kind of rejuvenates themselves, because both keepers at the best are very useful players to have. But they both have been very kind of bitty in that they've clearly had ricks in them, and obviously Nick Pope certainly had a rick in him before he went out the side. I think Ramsdale's probably a little bit unlucky, to be honest, to be dropped, if he has been dropped. But on what you're saying there, with Voltemade, you got Wissa, and obviously you mentioned Willock. I mean, just on Voltemade, right? For me, Voltemade, he shouldn't be played as our, I'll call it lone striker.
Just before Timmy, just before you talk about Voltemade there, I got a super chat from Warren there. Was that? The Wesley brothers are our equivalent to the Ferdinands. So I'm not sure whether to take that as a compliment, was I? But cheers for the super chat anyway.
Some cryptic message.
I think one was definitely better than the other.
Right, okay, Rio and Anton. Okay. They were. I mean, both Premier League players. One of them played for the Mackhams, but aye. Aye. So going back, so I think you've got Walter Maida, and he's not a lone striker. I've mentioned this before. So you look at the likes of Teddy Sheringham. You look at even Franco Zola, Dennis Bergkamp. Let's say Dennis Bergkamp. Would Arsenal or anybody have been happy with Dennis Bergkamp playing on his own up front as the spearhead? Essentially, no, you wouldn't. He played behind the striker, whether that was Henry or whoever else had. Because he was at number 10. Because, yes, he could score goals, but he wanted to also link the play and find those pockets of space. He didn't want to be spending all of his time pressing, first of all, at the very front and kind of gassing himself out that way, because he's an intelligent player and it's about using your mind, not necessarily being all in physically in that way. And secondly, he wants to have, just like Walter Maida, a player in front of him to bounce off and to feed. Somebody mentioned as well, not here, but somewhere else, I seen mention about, you got Beardsley and Cole. That's a perfect example as well. You wouldn't want Peter Beardsley up front on his own, would you? But behind Andy Cole, he was absolutely immense. He scored goals, but he helped set up goals. And he had the intelligence to find the space himself in those pockets. For me, Walter Maida is the same type of player in that's where he wants to be. And playing him, I think we've discovered now, it's obvious at this point. We've tried it fine, but now we can see that he's not a player to be playing up front in this formation. So Wissa has to be that man who plays the number 9. And whether you then drop Walter Maida or whether you play him with Walter Maida is a second question. But for me, I would just abandon the whole thing with Walter Maida being, number 9. I just think we're wasting his talents. And we've got Wissa fit now. Just play him there. And I would obviously play like a lot of people would want to see both of them anyway. And I know I do understand that that is an issue and that you haven't then got a striker on the bench. I understand that, and I've got sympathy in that way that you don't want to hamstring yourself to be able to make changes. Excuse me, that affect the game, especially if Alanga's injured as well. He could play through the middle potentially as um, a wild card. But I think at this stage, I think you might as well try it, and certainly at least from half time, try it. But yeah, if we're playing the same formation, then for me it's Wissa up front all day long, and from this point onwards, it's Wissa up front because I want to see Voltemeda playing off the striker where he should be.
Hmm. No, I, I agree, and you can mention. I mean, someone was it Tony there, Tony T, in the comments mentioned about Carnu. He says that Voltemeda gives him Carnu vibes. Totally agree. He's. I mean, Carnu, what a legend he was.
Mm.
But yeah, so I agree. I mean, yeah, Voltemeda. It's a tricky one because, like you say, that they are short on strikers, and he might always want to have that kind of backup striker on the bench. And there might be times. I mean, you look at obviously the Chelsea game; he scored 2 goals. That's their argument would probably be to point to that game and say, look, he started in that game and he scored 2 in the first half up front. But I do agree though what you're saying about like Sheringham's another example. Like you wouldn't. I mean, okay, there might have been the odd time when Sheringham played on his own up front, but I think most of his career he always had a link partner. You know, he was like the player who dropped deep, like Bergkamp, a bit like Carnu, and yeah, Voltemeda strikes me as that kind of player as well. I mean, football these days, this is the thing. You don't get managers now playing with combinations.
Mm.
And that those formations is what brought about these kinds of players.
Yeah.
So these combinations that you used to see, like you say, Beardsley and Cole and Shearer Sheringham, Cole and Sheringham, you know, you would never have seen all that if everyone was just so rigid with playing one up front all the time. So, but so someone's gonna have to take that step to kind of bring that back again.
Mm. Yeah.
You know, because
Absolutely.
most managers now just don't want to do it.
Mm. Yeah, I'll just highlight this. Was it there? Yes, Rio. I've said
Cheers,
this.
Wagga.
Berbatov, Bergkamp, number 10. So I'm obviously Rio. I was going to
Yeah,
say I'll take that, and you can be Anton, the ex-Macam, but
get in.
and
I
again,
thought we
Rio
were
isn't exactly out. Huh?
we got christened as Ant and Deck last week or last time. But okay, if it's the Ferdinands, then
Mm,
I'll roll with it.
mm. I was going to say like Rio. I'll take Rio, but he isn't our friend, is he? Really, with the words he said about my Ashley when he was owner.
Mm.
And I think Rio had some kind of an association, his brand, with Sports Direct. And coincidentally, he was defending Mike Ashley publicly and saying that why don't Newcastle fans? It was along the lines of,
By the
why
club.
should he? Yeah, put the money in or something like that. It was just ridiculous. Um, but yeah, I think exactly was it like Berbatov is another perfect example. You wouldn't ask Berbatov to burn himself out pressing from the front, would you? Because by the time he gets the ball, he's not sharp enough to be able to do his stuff in terms of picking out players, in terms of clever passes and clever movement, clever runs, because he's gassed out, pressing all the time. I mean, not all the time. I appreciate, you want your strikers and your whole team to be pressing. That's the style that we want, and I like that. I do want that as well, but not at the cost of kind of stopping the player from being their best version. And yes, Voltemeda scored 2 goals against Chelsea, and yeah, second half was brilliant. But you can't keep that up the whole game. And okay, if you want to do it like one half each type thing, then fine. But Eddie Howe isn't going to do that anyway. That was a perfect example. He could have done that against Chelsea, where it was so obvious that Voltemeda was gassed, and that we needed somebody in the front to press Chelsea. And I think if Wissa had came on, I think we would have won that game if he came on earlier in the second half, because it would have just messed up Chelsea's rhythm, and it would
Mhm.
have pressed them and forced them back again. Um, but yeah, I just to me he's a number 10, and that's that. So we'll see tonight. As we know, it's very unlikely to happen to play both of them, but we'll see. Certainly, if Sula was fit, even though he's not everyone's cup of tea, I think that still would have helped a lot because at least you have got somebody on the bench then to come on and make a difference, which he has done at times this
Mm.
season. You go on the midfield tonight, Anthony Gordon. I'd given him pelters for a lot of the season, and certainly in the pre-match Chelsea game, I'd give him pelters. And lo and behold, he has a first half anyway, a brilliant game. So I said at the time, I'll give him a lot of praise for that because his crosses, his play, and his general kind of aggression was quality, and it was more like what he was like in his first season with us, first full season. But then lo and behold, the Man U game comes along, and he was. I mean, like you say, Eddie Howe said that he thought he played well, and yeah, he was all hustle and bustle to an extent. Um, can see some breaking news there with the line. I'll come on to that. But there was no end product whatsoever. His crossing was back to being really poor. He's finishing that one that he ballooned over the bar. I'm sorry, like
Hmm.
that is just a perfect chance for an attacker of a front three attacker, whether you're a striker, whether you're a winger, inverted winger. That ball being pulled back to you there on the edge of the box
Mm.
is like you got to get that on target, and to balloon it over speaks to me, in my opinion, to his lack of technique, basically. Because I think for as inconsistent as Harvey Barnes can be, I think he at least gets that on target.
Mm.
Um, and like Harvey Barnes, I think coming on, I mean, he set up that chance, so you could say, yeah, it's good that he came on the right, but again, I would still argue he's wasted on the right normally. And yeah, I think I said after the Chelsea game, I would say, sorry, I said in the preview, didn't I? I think that my new game, what I'd probably say, Anthony Gordon, is, yeah, you were great against Chelsea, so bank that, keep that in mind, and the next time I'm going to play you, that's what I want. But for now,
Okay.
Harvey's coming back in to do his stuff against Man United. So yeah, I think that would have been the right thing, and I think tonight, I think Harvey Barnes, I would play him. But the fact that Eddie Howe is saying that Anthony Gordon had a good game tells me that I probably won't play Barnes and he'll stick with Gordon.
Mm.
I mean, look, it's Burnley, isn't it? And we if we can't look threatening in this game, granted it's a low block, and whoever you're playing low block, if they are organised, it's not always easy to carve out clear chances left, right, centre. But if we can't make chances or at least test them, test Burnley's defence, test their goalkeeper in this game, the likes of Gordon can't do that, then there really is problems. So that's who I'll be playing. So the breaking news there was Alanga's got a knee injury.
Right.
So he's not in the squad. And yeah, he picked up against Chelsea. And the thing with that is that Jacob Murphy is carrying a knock. So we really can't afford him to be injured, or like exacerbate his injury. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. So
Well,
you've got to
again,
have Jacob Murphy right for this one.
aye, we've said though many times, like you could quite easily get around that by putting Gordon right, Barnes left,
Aye.
give Murphy a
Well,
rest if he's got an injury, and there you go, happy days.
that's
But
it. That's
like
it.
we've said, we know he's not going to put Gordon right. I mean, watch, we'll go and see he's doing that tonight, and I'll eat me words, but
Mm.
I think it's pretty obvious that's probably not going to happen. So yeah, like you say, I mean, I don't know what the extent of Murphy's injury is. I don't know, like we've heard he's carrying a knock.
I think he said a thigh. I might be wrong, but I think he said he was like carrying a thigh knock.
Mm.
Um,
Mhm.
but not like honestly, you're right. So the fact is, the solution is there. If Jacob Murphy, who wasn't great against Man U, although he did put in 2 quality crosses, he can have these really poor games, but still manage to have some end product, which is what Anthony Gordon didn't have. All huff and puff, but no end product whatsoever. So I will always say at least Murphy does give you that. But if Murphy is carrying an injury, and Larskog says there, we all know that it's not beyond how to play Murphy with injuries. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's one of my bugbears with Eddie Howe, playing players through knocks, and maybe it goes on. I'm sure it has went on before in the past with other clubs and stuff, and in football in general. I get that, but I just think you've got to draw a line at some point and allow a player to fully recover. Um, but the solution is there to put Gordon on the right and put Barnes on the left and have Murphy on the bench to come on, but allow him to recover properly from this injury. Even have him out the squad if needs be. So there's no excuses. And like you say, even Willock, I think for me, Willock, he is a player who needs that freedom. And one of his best games was against, who was it? It was Marseille, and he literally played on the right wing of a 5-4-1. And you could see his pace, his ball carrying skills tailored themselves to playing on the right. So it's a bit makeshift, but I think it's a solution. It's a better solution than having Harvey Barnes there, who was nullified in terms of wanting to come inside and get his shots off and create. He's coming inside on his left foot, and he hasn't got the pace to go. Yeah, he's not slow, but he hasn't got the lightning pace to go on the outside. So those solutions are there. So that is a frustrating thing with Eddie Howe. And as it says there, you play Gordon and Barnes and swap now and again, and exactly, do that. Just swap them over every half an hour and make the opposition think. Yeah. So centre midfield. Then we'll move to that. Who would you play centre mid?
Tonali's really went off the boil, but yeah, I think really they don't have the depth to kind of look to the bench and say, okay, we'll bring you in, we'll drop you. Like, the players on the bench that could come in there would be Joe Linton, and obviously Miley is playing right back because we've got no one else there. So obviously Willock, like you say, but really when you think about it, I think Willock's more effective on the wings in attack. I know he can play centre mid. To be fair, he's shown in the past he can do a job there, but he's one of those players where it just feels like it's coming to an end in terms of like his time at his best years, at least at Newcastle. I'd love to be proven wrong. I mean, obviously he's still using him this season. He's brought him on a few times, and he even, like you say, started him against Marseille. And to be fair, he's shown flashes. So maybe you could think about putting him in, but yeah, I think really Tonali, Ramsey, and Bruno, that middle three, probably still is the best three to go for.
You say Ramsey,
yeah. Like, really, it does. At the end of the day, it comes back to those three players having in-game management, so being aware enough to understand that they can't all bomb forward and have this kamikaze style of play. But yeah, I mean, they tend to do that where they line up, and like you said to me against Chelsea, they go on this line, this flat sort of line of three, and it's like rather than someone sitting, they're flat, and they kind of say to the opposition, okay, we've covered the space, we've covered the gaps that way, and then when we get it, it's full pelt on the charge. But I would, I think all three of them really. I mean, to be fair, Bruno was trying, but I think he's always obviously up for the fight. But really, I think all three of them need to be told, like, look, lads, come on, you just need to really show more, and give us more. Like I say, Tonali's went off the boil big time.
Yeah,
so
aye.
I would, aye. I would, because we don't, maybe you could bring in Joe Linton and give Tonali a rest and kind of like say, Joe Linton, look, don't do anything stupid, but we need you to be kind of the ball winner tonight. maybe do that. But I think Ramsey, Tonali, and Bruno probably are still the best three. They just need to be, like I say, given a talking to, and
Mm.
hopefully that faith will be like rewarded then. But yeah, what do you think?
I think I would still save Joe Linton for other games where it's more kind of combative or like you're not going to have as much of the ball. Whereas with this game, um, where you're expected to dominate the ball. So with that in mind, you want for all some might say Ramsey's been a little bit underwhelming. You want the likes of Ramsey on the ball over Joe Linton to be getting in those positions to get the shots off to create stuff and
Mm,
beating around the box and hopefully he doesn't fall over this time like he did against Man United if he gets in those positions. Um, so I agree. I think persist with that and bring Joe Linton in when you're going away to Liverpool or places like that where it is there's more focus on track and runs. There's more focus on the physical side off the ball. Whereas, yeah, like I say, we should be dominating this game, and I wouldn't be surprised though. To be fair, if Joe Linton does come in, um, which like I say, I wouldn't really agree with. And Ramsey himself, he hasn't covered himself in glory. Um, but I would still argue as well that like the fact that he didn't really play much once he was fit at the start of the season or near the start of the season hasn't helped.
nah.
There was times where like he was on the bench and he wouldn't even come on as a sub, and
Mhm.
Willock would come on instead, and like he's all of a sudden kind of been thrusted in. Do you know what I mean? At the side, and he's having to kind of get into his rhythm, and it's not easy after not playing much football. I know the injury came about at the start of the season, but I don't think Eddie Howe has helped in terms of giving Ramsey more minutes at the start, so that by later on in the season, midway point, he is more settled. He doesn't feel like he's got to prove his point type thing. Um, so I mean, that might seem a bit generous, but I do think it's a bit of a factor. But he does need to show more. I think the stats themselves, they're not actually that bad. Ramsey in that he keeps the ball nicely, and I know what sort of passes is he making, 5 yard passes and stuff. But I think he moves the ball quite quick,
Mhm.
and that's as long as you're not taking 5 touches, then and you're moving the ball quick and you're not losing it, that's a big thing at times. And as he showed against Man United, he can't get in those positions outside the box, just in the box. He just
Mhm.
needs to have that composure and that rhythm to get his shots off or get his final pass off. So I think persist with him.
Yeah, it would be
Definitely
hard.
like
Really
Tonali.
hard to drop Ramsey.
Aye,
Yeah.
aye. I think Tonali, he's like you say, went right off the boil. Um, and yeah, he just needs talking to, I think. I don't know if it's a mental thing or what. Somebody said in the comments that they think that Tonali's better further up and Bruno's better deeper because Bruno hasn't got the pace as a number 8 to get up and down, whereas Tonali has. And I think that is a good point because when Bruno's trying to run back, you can see he just hasn't got the acceleration as your pace, and
Mhm.
Tonali has. But then the flip side is, while Bruno's brilliant at kind of receiving the ball in tight areas, there are times where he tries stuff in his own half as the last line of midfield, if you like, and he's trying these fancy passes, if you like, or he's trying to hold off the player, trying to buy the free kick, and you lose it there. If the referee doesn't give a free kick, you're bang in trouble. So he kind of gives us problems that way at times. That's
Yeah.
that's the flip side. Um, I think ultimately we all can see that a number 6, an out and out David Batty type would help us massively. But I don't think Eddie Howe would want to go for that because he's wedded to 3 number 8s.
Mm.
Um, so Paulie Bass says, I think Sandro has one eye on leaving and going back to Italy. Doesn't look happy at all. We'll see it at the end of the season. Yeah, for now, while he's here, he needs to get his head down and do his stuff. Um, there's no excuse really for like not being happy. He's here. If you want to be thinking about moving at some point, okay, fine, I get it. But you're here now, so yeah, no excuse for not putting performances in. I think there was a comment there earlier on. I think yeah, Wissa and Barnes are starting apparently. So that's interesting.
I don't think the team's out yet.
I think someone just heard though on the grapevine.
Mm.
Um, yeah, but like you say though, Whistle will be starting, but no doubt Volomira's on the bench. And let's see though. Let's see during the show, during the game. Sorry, if he brings Volomira on and keeps Whistle on, you know.
Mhm.
Let's
Well,
see if he does
if
that.
we need a goal, you mean? I mean, if we're winning, then okay, I
Yeah.
understand. It's like for like. If you're already winning, you're not going to suddenly just pile players forward. But
Mm.
if we need a goal and we're losing, even if you're drawn, really, then yeah, it would be interesting then to see, is it still like for like?
That's true. I mean, what I would say though is like maybe you could still do it just to keep the ball. You know,
Mm,
you bring Volomira on to keep the ball, and you tell Bruno and Tonali just to sit in there,
mhm.
and you've got that triangle. You know, and tell Volomira, yeah, you're at the tip of that triangle. You're number 10, and yeah, you can keep the ball. So
Aye.
it's an option. There's no
Mhm.
doubt about
Aye.
that. Yeah.
Just on
What?
Burnley to me, some stats here. So obviously Burnley have played 18 games so far this season. They've scored 19 and they've conceded 34. So they don't really score a lot of goals. The second bottom, aren't they?
Mm,
Um, we played them recently, actually. I mean, it wasn't long ago when they played at St James's Park, and that was 2-1 in the end to Newcastle. But they started really well in that game. I was impressed with Burnley in that first 20 minutes. They really came out the traps quick
mm,
and got at us. And I mean, Tino, I think, was sleeping that game. I remember the first 10 minutes. He was sleeping, and I think a lot of the team they didn't start like they were they weren't concentrating. Basically, I don't think that the Newcastle team that first 10, 15 minutes they were slow to get off the blocks. But Burnley, I think, sensed that and were unlucky not to have scored the first goal in that match. So I was
mm,
impressed with how they moved the ball, actually, and obviously we then took over and took control. To be fair, I think
mm,
we came into it and kind of grasped the game away from Burnley, and the red card then obviously made it comfortable. Second half was because of that red card all Newcastle, but we had that scare at the end when suddenly that that softness, that kind of soft touch that we've become this season rears its head at the end of the match, and we were very lucky not to have conceded again, to have
mm.
that be 2-2.
Totally.
So yeah, I think Burnley tonight, I would imagine they're gonna try and start fast. They're at home in front of the home fans, so I think they'll try and have a fast start and get the fans behind them. Like I say, that they don't really score many goals, but I say that Newcastle are rocking up tonight, so it's
Mm,
like, are we going to give another a Christmas gift,
mm.
a belated Christmas gift?
Aye.
But we'll see. I mean, like I say, I can't see us keeping a clean sheet these days. So I
Until it
do.
happens, yeah, it's like, until it happens, you're not going to be confident, are you? Until we
No,
keep a clean sheet because we just keep on conceding. To be fair, like the Man U goal was a bit of a worldie,
it
and some
was. I
have
mean,
criticised, yeah, Ramsdale, but I think you've got to give credit to that sort of strike. And yes, we could have got closer maybe as well.
well,
Um,
that's it.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't think Ramsey. I don't think Pope would have got that.
Ramsdale. Aye.
Ramsdale, I don't. Yeah, it was such a sweet strike. To be fair, I mean, like you
Mm,
say, my kind of argument with that goal was, could we have not gotten tighter? Someone could have
mm,
closed that down a bit quicker. But once he
mm.
strikes it, then yeah, I think most
Aye.
keepers wouldn't get that.
I'll just come on to this. So I know Wazzy, you've asked a question there. I'll come on to that in a second. I just want to see this one as well. Sorry, where was it? Um, so MC Jono says, still think Tonali is arguably our best player. Can't afford to lose him. I think if he'll stay if we change direction as a club. Antonio Conte, anyone. And Conte is very much like a short-term manager, isn't he? He
Aye.
comes in for 1 or 2 seasons, gets you up there if you like, but then will leave. And whether he leaves the team in a state which has kind of got that forward momentum, whether the team needs to rebuild or not is another question. Um, I'll come back onto that. I know the team will be out as well. But was
Aye.
this his question? Would you say we missed out on Calvert-Lewin on the cheap? In hindsight, I know like everyone was saying, "Oh, not Calvert-Lewin. That's so unambitious." But in hindsight, he's not the worst player to have, is he, on the bench? I'm not saying to sign him to start him, but I think if we could have got him as well as Volomeda and Wissa, whether he would have came under those circumstances, I don't know. But I think that would have been, certainly palatable for me. And then you could have maybe let go Alasula. So yeah. So what's the team then, Peter?
Well, Barnes is playing, and so is Gordon. So I'd imagine Barnes is on the right.
Oh my god.
We've got, we've got, we've got same back. Well, Pope's in, like everyone suspected. Yeah, Pope is back in tonight, and we've got same back for Hall, Shaw, Chow, and I assume Miley's right back. Middle, we've got Tonali, Bruno. Where's Ramsey? Joe Linton's back in.
I said I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. So he's dropped Ramsey, he's put Joe Linton, so it's J7, Bruno, and Tonali in the middle. And we've got Wissa up front with Voltameda on the bench. So same formation, but Pope's in for Ramsdale, and J7 is in for Ramsey. But also he's put in Barnes for Murphy by the looks of things as well.
Aye. It's we said before, didn't we? You could play Willock on the right, or certainly Anthony Gordon on the right. And yes, they're both playing, but I think we can safely say that it'll be Gordon on the left. And Harvey Barnes, he has been, at a certain point, he was blatantly our best player. And he was the one that you could pin hopes on to get a goal, to get an assist, to provide that cutting edge. Since then, he's been put in and out of the team. So it goes back to you had the Bayer Leverkusen game in midweek, and I think you had a game before that as well. But Barnes had been playing brilliantly up till then, and he puts Gordon on the left against Bayer Leverkusen. Okay, you could say rotation, fine. Gordon set up one of the goals, to be fair to him, and had a decent game. Nothing unbelievable, but he had a good game. And then after that, he played against them. Basically, from that game, it's like, oh yeah, Gordon's back in on the left. That's that. Because from that point, he played against the Mackhams, had a stinker. He played against. To be fair, then I think Barnes played against Fulham. And again, I think Barnes looked quite good against Fulham in the cup. And then he played against Chelsea, Anthony Gordon, that is. So he put Anthony Gordon back in. So why did you put Anthony Gordon back in against Chelsea? I know he played class, that's why, but Harvey Barnes could have set up those goals. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at the bigger picture, because then lo and behold, he plays Anthony Gordon again against Man United. So it's not necessarily about rotation, is it? You can't say, oh yeah, but he's putting Anthony Gordon in because of rotation. No. If that's the case, then Harvey Barnes would have came in from the start on the left in one of those games, and he didn't. And lo and behold, we're back here now against Burnley, and he's put Barnes on the right, more than likely. Because he knows he has to get him in the team, because he's a quality player. But he just can't have it in him to drop Anthony Gordon, or say to Anthony Gordon, you're on the right. Aye.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you're pulling your hair out. And Harvey Barnes wants to do his stuff, and he's having to come in on his left and that. And the fact is, like, he's not that. I mean, yes, he has played okay at times on the right. I'm not saying he can't do a job, and hopefully he will tonight. It's not beyond his capabilities to do that, but I'm just looking at the bigger picture.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and we just
McJ in the comments there though is saying like, is Barnes on the left or right? I guess we'll see.
well,
We're
I hope he's on
assuming
the
that
left.
Gordon's going to be left, and he probably will be. But I suppose you never know. Let's wait and see. I mean, fingers crossed he might switch it up. It's doubtful. I know it's very doubtful, but we'll
Aye.
see.
But the thing
Um,
is, go on.
what are you gonna say? Like,
But just the thing is, like, we go back to the Man United game, and you said at the start of the show about playing players who were playing well, no matter what their reputation. And you go
Mhm.
back to the Man United game, and for me, Gordon was absolutely toothless against Man U. Yes, he ran around a lot, but there was no cutting edge. He
Yeah,
ballooned a massive chance over, and he really put in some poor crosses from good positions. That there is an opportunity to say, yeah, yeah, you tried, Anthony, good stuff, whatever, effort, but it wasn't all there, was it? So Harvey Barnes is coming in now for this Burnley
yeah,
game. And you can call it rotation, you can call it dropping, whatever you want to call it. As a manager, that's the action that you take.
mm,
That was a perfect chance today to do that. And I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong, and it is Barnes on the left. So that'll be quality if it is.
mhm.
But yeah, like you
Or at
say,
least just switch
very
during the
doubtful.
game.
Aye,
In
aye,
game, switch them now and again at least.
aye.
So yeah, I mean, I was going to say that about Burnley, managed by Scott Parker. Obviously, we watched Parker play for Newcastle
Yeah.
back in the day under Glenn Roeder. Souness before that, Souness signed him, and then Roeder came in, and
Mhm.
he, he was like he had a bit of a spat, didn't he, with the fans um, in Glenn Roeder's season because
Apparently at the East Stand. But
aye, that obviously it was not a great season. It was well, yeah, it was a he actually when Roeder first came in, we turned things around and Glenn Roeder got us up to seventh, and I think I think yeah, Parker played pretty well that season, but it just seemed to fall away because the next season, um, yeah, things started to go wrong, and his effort was always there, but he used to do that thing where he would spin on the ball, and I think that would he would delay the pass, wouldn't he? And I
mm,
think that kind of that yeah, a lot of the fans didn't really like it when he done that, but no, I think he always gave his all. Um, so it might not have worked out exactly how he would have wanted, but
yeah,
I remember that one match when he got carried off against Arsenal,
yeah.
that
He
1-0
gave
win.
everything.
Everything was left on the pitch, and you just can't fault him for the effort. And yeah, so I've got good memories of Parker in that way, that he gave his all for the shirt, you know.
Yeah. No, definitely respect him for that.
Aye.
He had some cracking games along the way, no doubt about it. Like you say, he joined the club when it was in a state of flux, put it that way. A
Yeah.
lot of changes going on after Robson leaving. With you
Mhm.
got Souness and Roda. Then obviously Aldice came in. That's when Parker went when he wanted to go to West Ham, I think
Mhm.
it was. And the thing is, like with Burnley, is that from what I've seen anyway, like the second bottom, they've conceded quite a few goals, obviously being second bottom, but I think they seem to be putting in a shift, for Scott Parker, and um, I think the Premier League this season, you haven't got the whipping boys that you had last season. You had Southampton, Ipswich, um, maybe somebody else as well. I know all three went down, didn't they? Promoted teams. So I think Wolves, to be fair, yeah, are rooted at the bottom, but yeah, I know it's cliched. I know someone like, oh, it's only Burnley, and yeah, obviously we should win. We should be rocking up there and winning, no doubt about it. I'm just saying that when a team is organised well, then that gives that team a chance. Especially if they can get set pieces and get goals from set pieces or get goals from counter attacks. So we've got to rock up there with our heads screwed on. And I think confidence, to be fair, is probably our major issue at the moment. Um, because if we are confident, then obviously I think we do go on and win. If our heads in the game, but the players probably are feeling it a bit right now because the heat is on.
Mm.
So whether we'll win, like you're just not confident, are you? No matter who we play away from home, you're not really confident.
Mhm.
And yeah, Tony T. Parker lifted it into Toto tray.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought it
Yeah.
was a prestigious trophy myself, like, but
Yeah, exactly.
Aye. So I mean, we
If only
should win.
If only Shearer had stayed on for that extra year, he could have lifted that. He could have lifted that tray.
Aye,
You know,
aye.
finally got his hands
Really
on
missed out on that.
the trophy.
Niall Powell says that Parker sounded very confident in the interview, I assume. You'll have a plan, you know what I mean? And the players, like I say, are clearly bought in with Scott Parker, and they should have equalised against us at St James's. So, and that was with 10 men as well. So Carlton Connor says, Barnes has been saying for ages, let me start, but how it always starts Gordon and Barnes want to leave to go to Villa. Well, that's the thing. Aston Villa were interested in Harvey Barnes. That was well documented. And but yeah, that they will play him on the left or number 10 potentially.
Mm.
So, and Unai Emery, clearly is one of the top managers, and he wouldn't want him for no reason. Queen is in. Good to see you. Good evening, my fellow magpies. I hope you're all well. I know I certainly am. Hope you hit the likes. Yeah, hit the likes, people. And for ourselves and the rest of the channel. And thank you for spending
Cheers,
time
Queenie.
with NUFC Talk TV. Score predictions. So MC Jono says 2-1 win, tight win. What do you think?
I mean, I got the last one. I didn't see an actual score, but I said the last one against Man United that I didn't think we would get anything, and we didn't. Jake there in the comments saying he's going 2-0 Newcastle. It just feels like the walls are closing in, doesn't it?
I'll say 1-1.
It's going to be a transitional season, and I can well see like this being Eddie Howe's last season. And if he's not careful, I think the board may well start thinking about January and think, well, hang on a minute, if we're going to invest money in January, who we're going to give that money to? Because it's just getting more and more precarious as the weeks go on in terms of the league table, for one. I mean,
yeah.
So I would love to sit here and say, all right, we're going to win, 3-0. But if we win, I mean, I think, like I say, we'll still concede, no doubt. But you know what? I'll say 2-1 Newcastle.
Well, you want to be convincing, don't you?
Send them
you don't want to just get it. Hopefully. But you don't want it to be a scrappy game, do you? You want to actually see a good performance. There's light there at the end of the tunnel that we are going to be improving. And just one thing I'll say before bringing Borky and Gary there is Fabian Schär for this game. He does need to turn up, because for me, against Man United, some would say legend of the club. He's been an amazing, give us amazing service. What a signing, 3 million. But in the here and now, for that Man United game, my word, he was all over the place. There was like straight balls going over the top of him. And I know he likes to be composed and stuff. And yeah, but for me, there's a line between composure on the ball and being just lax. And he was just walking on the ball, and it's like, play some quick passes. I know you're looking for the diagonal and stuff, but it just like, that's the thing I forgot about that. I was pulling my hair out at. So Fabian Schär does need to rock up tonight and be like, okay, I am the 34-year-old centre back, and I am in charge. I'm not just going to be playing like a kickabout in the park with my mates, like it was against Man United. So I really hope that's different tonight. But we'll see. We'll see.
I think we need William Dunlow on the tactics. At least he can recognise a 5D data drive when he sees one. But
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Could do one of those tonight.
Yeah.
Aye, so Gary and Borky, you all right, lads?
All right, lads.
I'm good,
lads.
Borky,
you're right.
Yeah, are you looking forward to it tonight? Is it going to be one of those games where ebb and flows. Now, I want to ask you boys a question because it was really interesting. Obviously, there was a little bit of a chat going on with both coaches, and Scott Parker came out with an absolute classic because apparently he knows Newcastle's weakness. Do you think that's funny, as Eddie Howe doesn't?
Yeah, he said, I know it. I mean, the other gaffer doesn't, but I'm ahead of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he came out of the traps, I must admit, very full of himself.
Interesting. I haven't heard of Gary.
Spouting, spouting. He said, having watched Newcastle over the last couple of games, especially away from home, where their form hasn't been brilliant, we're going to exploit their weaknesses tonight. We're going to have a real good go. We're not frightened of Newcastle in any way, shape, or form. And he thinks it's the best time to play us because obviously he's seen where there's a weakness, where there's a chink in our armour. I mean, guys, before you disappear, again, I think you hit a great point, and that was something I wanted to really explore with the boys last night. But because we had a special guest on last night, a great show, to be fair. It was a really enjoyable listen. So thanks for coming on board, Jack Cunningham from Talk Sport, because, like I say, he's a very knowledgeable lad. For me, he squirted over a little bit. I want to ask you boys, to get to the point. Eddie Howe stated he didn't want to keep changing goalkeepers simply because he didn't want to upset the balance at the back. This continuity, the way each other's plays. As much as we know Pope isn't great with his feet, he always seems very reluctant to change the style at the back. Do you think that's been one of our problems this season? All the injuries seems to have obviously concentrated at the back four, and because we've had to reshuffle, we've seen what we've had at right back sometimes this season. The centre-half pairings seem to get, constantly moved around. Who's playing left side? Who's playing right side? We've lost Louis Saul a lot of the time, and we've had, obviously, Dan Burn there. We've got Miley there as a stand-in, and I must admit, Miley's doing great. Do you think the back four has been our issue, mainly? Pressure going forward, obviously not get goals, but it's like everything else. If you can't score and it's easy to concede, the pressure's on massively at the boys at the top of the field, because everybody's reliant. And I go back to the days where I said, Kevin Keegan days where we didn't mind conceding 3 goals because we knew we could go and score 4. Yeah. We haven't got that firepower now.
No. The problem is, for me, the back four are being asked to do too much in one way because they're getting no protection. So a lot of pressure is being put on them to kind of, put out fires when you've got midfield players running into the box. They've got strikers. They've got a striker to keep an eye on. They've got wingers to keep an eye on, and they've got centre mids running at them as well because they've got no one shielding our defence. So I think that obviously hasn't helped. I wonder if Scott Parker's been watching Talk TV. You never know. He might be the graphs. Tim's graphs and your graphs, Gary, might come back to front us.
My graphs don't come anywhere near Tim's.
But,
I'm
well underneath Tim. Gary. I think, like, for me, it's a combination of stuff. So, like, you've got with the goalkeepers, I think Nick Pope wasn't inspiring confidence, right, to the defence. I think not only with his feet, but there was a rick in him. So I think the defence then with Nick Pope were, like, very unsettled because don't forget, like, we had Chiao playing brilliantly for most of the season. And to be fair, Burn was playing brilliantly for a lot of the time he was in. But then obviously, injuries, like you say, and then you have to shuffle around. I think Fabian Schär coming in, he's normally a reliable deputy, and you would expect him to slot in and be able to be sound in that position. And I think he was initially. But then when you consider, the change in goal, you got another change with Ramsdale coming in. So there's a bit of uncertainty, like they don't know what he is, if you like, and they're getting used to him when they've been used to Pope, even though with Pope, they were kind of maybe a bit a lack of confidence by that point with him. But with Ramsdale, he looks a bit flappy, I think, in the 6-yard box. So I think it's a combination.
I agree with you. I totally agree. He doesn't look the most comfortable coming to claim crosses, does he?
I just think with Schär, I'll just quickly say, like, I do blame people like, Cher, for example, for that performance against Man United. Like, nothing is stopping him, whether he's left side centre back or right side centre back. He's experienced enough to play in either of those positions and put in a better performance that he did against Man United. You know what I mean? So I can't put that on Eddie Howe. And I just think, like, with the keeper situation, I think for me, you know what, I would probably just stick with Ramsdale because he might well improve with his saves, but you know for a fact that he is better on the ball. He will give you that out, if you like, in terms of going back to him. You know you're going to get that. Whereas with Pope, you don't know what you were going to get. He was messing up with his saves, with his ball catching with the crosses, and messing up with the ball at his feet. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I just think at least you got something to hang your hat on with Ramsdale. But it's a difficult one because both aren't ideal.
But I think you've hit the nail on the head, and I think that's what virtually Jack was saying last night. I think he was it Pete or Tim that was praising up Man City keeper now. He's just gone out of my head.
Don't know.
I know you mean.
The one we want.
Trafford.
Aye.
God, blimey. That was odd. What of you boys were really into him? Because obviously Jack seemed very overly excited when we were going in for him, and obviously he was a little bit miffed that we didn't get that through the door. I'm still out, if I'm honest with you, with the Trafford
I haven't
thing.
seen enough to say to me that oh yeah, I want to sign him.
It's
like,
a massive improvement.
Yeah, I've just seen like highlights, to be fair, but every highlight I've seen, he seems to be dropping a clanger. So no doubt, I'm saying that, they've probably scouted him in depth and they've said, he's got the potential. But, with Ramsdale, just going back to Pope and Ramsdale, what gets me is they've made the decision to bring in Ramsdale. Okay. So, and I said to Timmy, right, the Celtic game, pre-season, right, and Pope has that nightmare, and I felt bad for him. I was watching that game, I was like, oh geez, like, he probably felt like digging a hole in the ground, and just, the way that game went. And I know it's only pre-season, but to literally have the ball bounce over you like it did outside your box and go in.
Yeah.
For me, I just thought I said to Timmy, I'd be amazed if Pope starts this season, right? And he did start. And that was the first kind of red flag. I thought, wow, like, you've made the decision to bring in Ramsdale, and whatever we think of him, they obviously rate him because they've signed him. So I was just baffled as to why then you wouldn't start the season with him as your number one, when given the fact that Pope was showing all these red flags in pre-season. That Celtic game, I just thought, I thought that was the moment where it's like a sign.
That was the catalyst, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Aye.
I mean, to be fair, we should have realised with the situation regarding Pope. I mean, we all questioned why Dubravka got dropped, didn't we? Not long after re-signing his contract. And everybody said, like, what's Dubravka done wrong to actually get dropped out of this side? And none of us could answer it because, like I said, which one was the lesser of two evils? Because they both have faults. And all Dubravka wanted was to play. He didn't want anything else. He just wanted to play.
Do you think he said to Eddie Howe that he wanted to go in the summer?
Yeah.
That was his choice rather than Newcastle's.
Yeah, absolutely. He wanted to play football, and I'll be honest with you, I reckon that's the reasons why you're getting the likes of Fabian Schär now. And we said, when you look at our back four at the start of the season, we all said, wow, back four, you don't mind what partnership comes in, it looks solid. Yes, there was a couple of question marks regarding a fullback because the fullbacks were still a little bit short of quality. They'd got players, but just short of quality, especially left back. Obviously, we've got Trippier and Kraft that can play in the right back. So you've got three there with Tino jumping across if ever needed to cover that left back. It wasn't a serious issue. And that's what, for me to concentrate all of that area. And I understand the reasons why. Botman was questioning how many minutes he was going to get because the amount of bodies now we have at centre back. You've got Byrne, who was playing really well. And again, would you've got back in the team? Because we all know Eddie Howe favours some of the local boys more than the rest. And Shaw was exactly the same, wasn't he? Questioning how many minutes he was now going to get, because obviously we saw Chow coming in. So a lot of the boys that are getting on in years obviously just want to finish their career playing football. They don't really want to be sat at a club watching. They want to be playing, because they're coming up to the penultimate. And I think that's why you'll see Trippier leave in January. And for me, you've got to ask the question. And Al, bless him, Wynn gets a lot of flack, but he seems to be absolutely bang on when it comes to Botman being the Rolls Royce and always in the garage. I questioned it when I first heard it because, like I said, you've got to give somebody time to get over a serious injury. But it seems as though, he is going to be one of these lads that has made of glass. He's going to be a Woodgate. Class when he's available, but unfortunately unable to take a knock. So, yeah, like I said, I think there's a number of issues at the back for me, and continuity is definitely one of them. I don't know whether they've got enough trust in Miley, because sometimes, as we saw with Dan Burn on the left-hand side, sometimes your eyes and your mindset is half focused on your job because you're trying to cover, several other positions in there. I don't know how Boki feels, because he sat there, like I say, at the minute, he's been very quiet. He's just like, as if we haven't noticed him. Are you there?
I'm still here.
Good.
With the keeper situation, I did say to Jack last night, do you not think we could get better if we looked abroad? And to be honest, I don't know who we could get, but I don't think Trafford's the answer. I don't know what Eddie's fascination is with having English. He just seems to want to have English goalkeepers. He doesn't seem to want to sort of try anything different in that position, which you kind of understand in some ways.
Just say something, boy, right? The Kelleher who went to Brentford.
Yeah.
What about him?
Yeah.
I was very interested with him.
Yeah. But as I say again, it's going to be interesting this one in regards to what we do actually get in goal, because I think if it was Eddie Howe's choice, would go out and would go and get Trafford. I think if it's Wilson's choice, he's going to want to go to the European markets or somewhere different and try to get somebody better. I really, really don't think Trafford's the answer, if I'm perfectly honest. I don't think he's much better than what we've got. In fact, I don't think he's anything better than the two that we've got. As with the back four, I think we're paying the price for not at least renewing one or two more with youngsters. We went in with a very old backup to the potential main four. So, I mean, your main four, you would guess, if everyone's fit, would be Tino, Botman, Chow and Hall. But when you look at the backups to them, all of them are in the 30s, mid-30s, most of them. So I think we don't have that progression or anything going on there where there's sort of a couple of either slightly younger, well, a lot younger players, or, a sort of players that aren't going to get injured as much as we've got to face it now. We know, as you say, Botman's going to get injured, but we also have to face it that the players who are over 30 are more likely to get injured as well. And you can't, this is what I was trying to explain to everybody, you can't expect every 30-year-olds to play game in, game out. And if you're starting to rely on that, then you do have major problems.
Mm-hmm. The one thing that gets me is our midfield. I often say the midfield will win or lose you a game. And the times where against Chelsea, you're so dominant in the first half, and then you lose your way a little bit because they bring on a couple of subs. I think sometimes our midfield loses track of what they're supposed to do, and whether it's because they are expected to go box to box virtually, for 90 minutes the entire game, and we know that's a struggle. But I often find the system of play, and again, I feel that is the main issue for me. And I cannot, and I still don't understand why Eddie Howe won't go to a 4-2-3-1, because it still gives you the same flexibility. So it still gives you fluid systems, if you like, players to move in and out of positions, the Anthony Gordons of this world. What I find with this, you get J7 moulded to an inside left position, get Bruno to the inside right position. You're expecting then either, if one goes on the outside, Louis Saul or Miley to come on the inside or the outside position. and it's just static. Again,
Yeah.
where is the movement diagonally into the box from anybody? It doesn't have to be a specific person. It has to be somebody. And for me, the reasons why Newcastle is struggling to score goals is because we aren't moving into the right places. We seem to be, again, it's listening to the gaffer and saying, this is the role I want you to play. Right, okay, thanks, gaffer. I'll only play that way. And I've got no other freedom.
Well, who's
And
your
if
10,
you-
Gary?
Sorry?
Sorry, in that you said you play 4-2-3-1. Yeah. So would you have Volomeda, the number 10?
Yeah, well, no, not necessarily. No. And again, this is why I keep saying. I think you are. I know Boki said last night. You could break a leg coming down the stairs, couldn't you? You can't always be wrapped up in cotton wool. But I understand in the amount of competitions, and you've only got to go back to the start of the season when we didn't have a single body up front to aim for. So then you start putting makeshift bodies in there, the likes of Gordon, who really just wasn't going to work. So for me, there isn't a specific person that can go and play in there, but you could get somebody in there. And again, I go to somebody that can hold the ball up. Don't have to be able to go and spread the ball. They just need a focal point. They need two sitters and a focal point. So you could play Barnes. I think, for me, the player that would probably do a good job there for me is Barnes. Ramsey's probably a little bit on the weaker side. But again, I certainly wouldn't be adverse to not playing Ramsey there because he does hold on to the ball well. And then if you're really struggling, you could throw Voltemada in. But I would always want an extra striker on the bench.
I get that
and
side.
Again, a proven striker, because I think you'd see a different team with Newcastle if they adopted that. What you would also get, though, is, again, the reasons why you bought Tonali is to be that, box-to-box midfielder. And that's why I said, I think Tonali's getting peed off because of the way he's playing. He's not really... He's always disconnected when we're offensive. He'll come and sit in the hole, but he's never really going to be involved in the meat and drink in and around the box a lot of the time. And I reckon that's the reasons why he's looking a little bit jaded at the moment.
One thing I'll say to that, Gary, just quickly is, in that 4-2-3-1, I understand the point about having a strike on the bench and that you don't want to just be depleted in that area if both are burnt out, if you like. I think there's still an argument to have Voltemada and Wissa on at times as well to start. I do think I think we could juggle that and we could maybe do both. Where you have them both starting in one game, then maybe have one on the bench in another game, but keep the same formation. And like you say, you play the formation right. We mentioned at the start of the show about this particular player, and it's very much makeshift, and it's for the here and now. It's not the future. But where did Joe Willock play when he first came to the club, and he scored those goals? He played as number 10. Yeah. So you've literally got...
It was more in the hollow, wasn't it? He was a free agent mostly. Play where you can... Yeah. Play where you can hurt
just find space,
Yeah.
And like, it's a temporary solution, but I think he could do that job. And it's not... Maybe he won't hold the ball necessarily, like you say, Gary, in terms of that profile, but purely in terms of giving that support to Wissa or Voltemada, whoever's up there, and be able to play off the striker, but also making those runs in behind, occupying defences that way, and getting on the end of things where it's more about causing problems with movement rather than being like a technical wizard that we know he isn't. I think that's an option where you've got Willock there who could do that, as well as, you say, Barnes and a few others.
Well, you saw Willock have a really good game down the right-hand side. He was taking the ball, he was running with the ball, played some decent balls into the middle of the area, and then the lad gets dropped. Furlanga, who's done absolutely nothing. And you start asking the questions, are you trying to bail yourself out because you've spent all this money and forcing the lad to do something for you? It's like you're desperate to try and get the lad back into form. And like I say, the only thing that he needs is away from the team completely. He needs a break, which he's got now. And again, you can say what it is because nobody really understands why he was out, because he had a scan on his knee, didn't show anything. And it just makes you wonder whether Eddie's protecting certain individuals again. And obviously he's not available type of situation. And again, the Joe Litton, when you want Joe Litton, like in the Chelsea game, that's going to disrupt and really get involved. He's on the bench, never gets a game. And then you ask Eddie, why didn't you put him on? Well, we don't want to rush him. And you're like, well, he's on the bench. How can you rush him if he's fit enough to be on the bench?
Murphy's
Get him
playing
involved when you need him.
Murphy's got a knock.
Does this not all cry out though that we haven't got that player in the team that the squad that can change a game completely?
Absolutely.
I know I keep saying it, but we've got very much Eddie Howe type players who are grafters. They're going to go in and give you a shift every game. They're going to follow his instructions 100%. But there's nobody that's outside of that mold within this squad. Everybody in this squad is that type of player.
I think, Gary, you made a good point there about the midfield. The fact that it is static. I think, like you say, Borky, if you're going to bring someone on who's a game changer, someone who's going to change things up in terms of the dynamic of the team, as an option to start as well. And when I think about it, it is static. When you think of Bruno, Toon Army, and to be fair, Ramsey's quite nippy, but obviously you got J7 starting tonight. So J7, Bruno, and Toon Army, there's not a lot of pace there, is there?
No.
Yeah, and then
they're all very similar, aren't they? And that's what I said. If you look at the team, you haven't got a natural six. You've got nobody that can just hold the ball up and throw those balls, the 40-yard balls into the space, drive the balls forward. You've got nobody that can do that on a regular basis, and that's my problem. You've got great box-to-box players, right? Yeah. But you only need one box-to-box player. If you've got a squad of box-to-box player, nothing gets covered because everybody wants to go forward. And like I said, if the gaffer asks them to do a job, then if you've noticed, all three of them do that job. They either all go forward or all come back. There's just nobody that sits in the hole and allows play to continue in front of them.
How many times do you see, if you watch the games back, right, Bruno, the ball gets played behind us and Bruno, he's head down and he starts having to track back. And it's like he has this small moment of he puts his head down as in for F's sakes, behind us again, I have to track back, I have to slog back. And you can just tell he's kind of he's breathing out to sort of a sigh to kind of say this ain't my game.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It is an interesting thing, to look at, and that to me, I'm going to say welcome the man, the myth, the legend who's just joined us, the mighty Win. Has just come on board with us here to watch the watch along. I just find it all a little bit strange when, like I say, he's asking for answers, and yet for me the answers are so open to see, and it's like I said, system of play for me. The reason, I mean, like I say, 2016 they got rid of the 4-4-2 because European coaches that obviously started to flood the Premier League realised that this system, it leaves the midfield too open. And how many times do you see us with just one player in the midfield, if you're lucky, during us losing the ball in the attacking third? And I think, like I say, we are just so easy to play through the middle. Where, again, Chelsea was an obvious thing to see for me. And it's just slight adjustment. You don't need to go crazy. You just need to, to say to the lads, just get yourself 10, 15 minutes half time, keep it tight, don't go crazy, and then we'll go back to where we were before. Exactly. It's just lost in translation for me.
There's a big difference between having the hustle and bustle and tracking players compared to having someone who anticipates and intercepts. It's two different things, and we don't have someone who intercepts from the midfield to protect the back four.
Yeah, the one thing I am going to say to you, if I wanted to go and watch athletics, I'd have gone and watched it on a track and seen people run around and around and around. And it's something I don't really enjoy. And that's why I said, for me, the identity seems to be a little bit lost when all you're asked to do is run.
But hang on, Gary, because that's the whole point. The stats show that we are not running as much as we used to run.
Yeah, but massively. But it's like I said, if you have a look, and I really want to have a look tonight because they should have a little bit more ball ball control and freedom tonight, right? Last 9 games, think about it. These have lost 7 and drawn the last 2. So they're going to have something, in the locker with a bit of... They're going to be looking for a draw tonight, aren't they? So we should have a lot of ball retention. I want to see diagonal moves, not train track runs. That's what I'm saying. But when I say running, I don't mean just, running around with the ball. There has to be movement into space, looking for that diagonal, looking for where they're looking to not defend. And we've seen it against us so many times where we say, that's their number 6. How come he's run from deep midfield into our box and got a free header at goal? Who's marking him? And we've all been on the other end of it. And what I can't see is why we don't go and do the same thing. But I just feel as though certain individuals run on train tracks and they're not running into the diagonals or into the space. Bruno seems to be the only one for me. And again, he's had a lot of poor games in my eyes over the last few weeks, but he still pulls his sleeves up and has a go. You can't, when you've got 5 or 6 players not playing to any belief or ability, you can't carry them. It's impossible. And like I say, for me, Joe Litton's back in the side tonight against Burnley. Why do you need a bruiser against Burnley? Exactly. You know what I mean? Exactly. I don't understand it. I certainly don't understand it. And again, maybe he's trying to force the issue. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to force a win. But we'll see what happens. We'll get into the teams and see where we are. You want to stay with us, boys, for a little bit, or you got to go?
I'll say one. I need to head off. I need to get some milk, mate. I need a cup of tea. Watching this.
Go get a cup of tea. Absolutely. That's more important than this, lad.
I think you may be needing more than a cup of tea.
Oh, probably. One thing is, just to say about formations before as well, Gary. About the 4-4-2. It's about the profile of the player, isn't it? Because 4-4-2, you could have a Walter or a Bergkamp in there, and it's 4-2-3-1. You know what I mean, with the player behind. If you've got a number 10 in there, that's you can play 4-4-2, but it's about the profile of the player and who creates the space, who drops in, isn't it, and links with the midfield, so you're not outnumbered. And I think, as you said, as we have all said, we have players there who could play that formation just to mix it up a bit for now until you buy new players to maybe have those positions, and it's the same thing again and again.
I just can't understand 60 minutes and all 3 of them in midfield look absolutely exhausted, and you're like, well, what are you going to do now? Because you've played all your deck of cards, changing your front men because you're asking them to do the same, and yet you're asking the midfield 3 to go box to box to box to box, and it's just not going to work because you've got no out ball. And every time you play Voltemade, bless him, he's going to have, because of the system that he plays, he's going to have 3 or 4 bodies around him nearly all the time. Exactly. How is he going to expect to hold on to the ball? Yeah, he's not had a great game, but when you've got that amount of bodies around you constantly, his job is so difficult to try and get the ball up the other end of the field. It's ridiculously hard. So we'll see. But thank you so much, Peter and Tim, for starting us off. Cheers. And it's lovely to have a chat with you. And we'll see you at the end of the show, hopefully. We'll all smiles. That's what we want, yeah? All smiles. Wave that shirt in the air. Come on, then. Have a great one, boys.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
The voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Right then, here we are. Half an hour before kickoff, and we're all in. Let's have a look at the teams then.
As opposed to the hour and a quarter that I thought.
Hour and a quarter?
Oh, you already thought was a later game.
I thought it was an 8:15 kickoff, but that's the Leeds one next week.
That's the Leeds. Yeah, that's Leeds next week. Yeah. Oh, I wondered where you were. I was going to text you. But I thought, he's obviously gone and he's got something.
No. I didn't actually get out today, believe it or not. I got real late, and then I got busy on the computer. And Chris Robinson says, where are you? I
Where
says,
are you?
I'm in the house. He says, why in the run? I says, well, we're around 7:15 now.
Bless
Whoops.
you. Whoops. Yeah, so here we go. This is the Burnley team. They've got Dubravka, Laurent, Ekdal, and Esteve will be your back three. Walker, Ukachukwu, Florentino. That's I think that's Luis Florentino. So it'll either be Florey or Luis, one of the two, when I'm doing the commentary. Perez will be the midfield four. And then again, you go to three at the top. It'll be Edwards. I think he'll be on the left-hand side. Chuana will be on the right-hand side with Brozier through the middle. Again, nothing of any bother for me. A 3-4-3 formation. On the bench, you've got Weeb, Brune Larson, Anthony Humphreys, Son, Trezor, Banel, Barnes, and Pimlott. Again, Parker's hands have been tied dramatically, but he does say that he's found a weakness in the Newcastle system, and he's trying to exploit it tonight at Turf Moor. What's your thoughts on that, Win? I can't hear you.
He's found a weakness.
Apparently so.
I think the consensus is that every single coach in Christendom's found a weakness.
Apart from our own.
Apart from our own, we'll come on to that later, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly.
The weakness.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I was so disappointed when I saw the lineup. So disappointed. I thought, is he finally going to bite the bullet and have the
Trouble
what?
is though, Win. Yeah, the biggest problem for me though, you see, is if he changes the system and he doesn't hammer him. You know what I mean? As we all know and we all saw and witnessed the other night, does it not just throw a little bit of egg on his chin? Because he's had to change the system to get a result. And then everybody's going to say, oh, I told you so.
Well, it's surely better. It's better to hear "I told you so" and come away with a 5-0 win than it is.
You're sacked.
Well, that's exactly the point. He's fighting for his career at this point.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely he is.
If it was me, I'd be wanting to change things up, show positivity, go for it. But he went back to his same old ways, same old team. He's popped these players in that he's tried and trusted from him. And let's hope it works for him. We all want Newcastle to win, so let's hope this all works. But it's not showing any progression again. It's just, I want to jammy these players in because these are the ones that, in Eddie's head, that he trusts the most.
Well,
Gordon or Barnes on the right-hand side then? Who do you go with?
Well, Barnes, if you're going on form.
On the right-hand side?
On the right-hand side.
Oh, sorry, on the left. I was thinking the left. Right-hand side, you put Gordon. Left-hand side, you put Barnes if you're going on form.
All of the websites have got, obviously, Gordon on the left, but is that going to be his one curveball?
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe.
There's no need for either of them to be in fixed positions on each side. As I've said for weeks, swap
it round.
Times.
Yeah.
Well, he has.
Times.
He's tried that a couple of times, hasn't he? And it lasts for about 10 minutes or something.
And then he gives up on it. But do it during the game. Do it a lot during the game.
What I'm saying is, I'm looking at that team and saying yet again, that team on paper is good enough to come away with a comfortable victory tonight.
Yeah, so let's go through it then. So we've got,
as I've said in the previous games, there's so many players just not performing.
That's the worrying thing, mate. That is the worrying thing, I must admit. We've got Popey in goal, replacing Ramsdale. Hall, Shaw, Chow and Miley still at right back. Midfield, we've got Bruno, Tonali and Joe Litton comes instead of Ramsey. Up front, we've got Gordon, not Gordon Ramsay. He may as well be, though. He's better than Bacon than he is football. Wissa and Harvey Barnes, probably on the right-hand side, I would imagine it'll be Murphy out and Barnes coming in. Wissa up top, giving Voltemade a rest. Again, 4-3-3. I can't see any change there. Again, like I say, it should be what can we do against a low block, if I'm honest with you, because I do have a feeling that this is going to be us with a lot of ball in front of them and not a lot going behind them. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Let's hope Chiao doesn't have another slip up.
Well, crikey, that's all we need. If we go man for man, that would be it, wouldn't it? Do you think Wissa playing? I don't have any issues with. To be fair, like I say, there'll be Perez and Walker. We know Walker will be with Gordon. They'll throw a couple of bodies on Wissa, I would imagine. Ekdal is usually the one that does the man marking at the back for Burnley, and obviously Barnes, Estevez. If that is the way it works, I can see them having more of a pivot going forward with Perez on the left-hand side, Walker being the more defensive-minded player. So you will see more of a forward at the back with that system, I think, rather than the other way around. But he will definitely start as wing-backs. And like I say, it'll be interesting to see exactly where Newcastle get the ball and how they try and play the ball. At the end of the day, what I don't want to see is them throwing the ball in the air for young Wissa, and then when we get a change and Voltemada comes on, they start pouring it on the floor, because that just seems to sum our season up so far, doesn't it? I'm sorry about Florentino's head, by the way, because I had to post him in because he wasn't in the system. So, but he's got a big head.
That was one of the things that a lot of people commented on whatever day it was now. Friday, was it? Friday.
Coming thick and fast, aren't they? No, that's the trouble.
The fact that when Voltemada was on, we were playing the ball to feet, allegedly, out of the what would have some the stat was
17
something
crosses or something stupid.
Well, I think it was more than that. One of the stats I read was 27 or something. And I certainly wasn't aware at the time that was happening. It didn't strike me at all. And having watched it back, it still doesn't kind of strike me at all. I remember high balls that Walty missed a couple of times. But I didn't particularly notice the thing that everybody was going on about. I think it was one person says it and everybody jumps on the bandwagon, you know what I mean? I certainly didn't notice that. But Conflux57, thank you very much, Conflux, has gifted a membership. And that has gone to McGillyface. Welcome, McGillyface.
Welcome on board. Great to have you.
Indeed.
And if you haven't already, smash them like buttons for us. Like I say, throw the memberships out there if you can, and also throw some super chats if you want to get your points across. It would be lovely to hear from you. So again, that's how I foresee the system going for Burnley with the players that they've got. Not guaranteed to be that way, as we've all seen with the Manchester United team. It threw me as much as it threw Eddie Howe. I do want to ask you boys, though, because it was very interesting to actually watch the video back of Eddie Howe calling Lewis all over and saying, tell Ramsdale to go down injured, just so he can change the system on the field of play, because obviously he'd set up for one way. They come out playing a different formation. But it was, when you lip read it, it's so funny. Tell Ramsdale to go down. It's class, absolute class. I hope, like I say, we don't get any of that tonight. I just, like I say, I hope it's just a good game of football and Newcastle come out with the win. I just want the lads to have a bit of confidence back. You know, enjoy the football through this festive time of year. Because
here's the thing. I was having a bit banter with the good doctor in the chat.
It's not like you.
You and the doctor.
And
thanks, Random.
Thank you, Random, who's gifted a membership, and that has gone to Lyle Ramon.
That's a nice name.
So,
I like that
isn't
one.
it just,
Lyle Ramon.
well, yeah, with his guitar there, look at him.
Yeah, exactly. The Ramones.
The Ramones, eh? Lyle Ramon. Welcome, and thank you, Random. Yeah,
Go on.
what was I saying again? Oh
Talking
yeah,
about banter with a
with a good doctor, who's saying, constantly compares Emery to Howe, and how Emery's elite and Eddie Howe's not, and saying, Villa 11 straight wins. Yeah, and look at the football they're playing, and I countered that with, have you seen the football they're playing? It's utter dross. And the Aston Villa fans are saying that. And ask me if I'm happy seeing dross and getting 3 points. You bet your life I am. But I am constantly told, as they are being told by their fellow fans, that it's not sustainable. Well, it's been sustainable for 11 games, and as I said to the doctor, what happens is when you go on runs like that, it breeds confidence in the team. It breeds belief. It breeds, team spirit. It brings invincibility in the team. You think, you cannot get beat. We've been here before. We can do. And that's the one main thing that this team is lacking of ours, which is just any sort of self-belief, self-confidence at all. They're all, playing the easy options now instead of trying things. Nobody's gambling, exactly. And it's having such a detrimental effect.
But is that not it?
Yeah.
It coming from the coaching staff as well, in regards to a lot of them seem to be. I'm talking about Eddie Howe. I'm trying not to see his name, but he seems to be on a bit of a down. He seems to be unable to get himself up. It all starts from the top with anything in management, really, doesn't it? And you listen to his press conferences now. You listen to him after matches. He's inconsistent. He's not making sense about what he's saying about things. He's not watching the same game as some of us. You just think yourself, is that part of that confidence that he hasn't lost the trainer, the dressing room as such, but has he lost the confidence of the players in what he's saying?
Was I saying be positive? The score, and did you get any razors, Boogie?
Growing your beard, mate.
Yeah, the Wolfman. Oh,
I'm becoming that fuzzy little bear that Chris called us.
Oh, that little fuzzy bear. Love it.
Fuzzy bear.
Oh, I love it. Fuzzy
bear, right?
Fuzzy bear. That's a
Just
different
need
show
drums.
altogether. and a raincoat. Fuzzy bear. Yeah. It's interesting now. Go on, mate. What was you going to say?
No, it's fine. Carry on.
Right then, let's crack on with the news, I suppose. So the Magpies bid farewell to 25 at Turf Moor when they face Scott Parker's Clarets in the Premier League tonight. 7:30 kickoff, as Wynn thought it was 8:15. He would have been late. Away fans have been moved to the opposite end of the cricket field stand since our last visit, with the access via a different set of turnstiles. So you'll see them at the other end of the ground tonight. Obviously, Newcastle have got some really good results against Burnley. Following a 2-1 home victory earlier in December, Newcastle have the opportunity to complete their first Premier League win double this season. If they collect 3 points, they'd extend their winning Premier League run against Burnley to 8 games. Obviously, we know there's going to be lots of players still injured and not available for Eddie Howe. And obviously, the fitness of Elanga is still very unclear after he set a Boxing Day visit to Manchester with an injury picked up during the substitute appearance against Chelsea. Should Bruno Guimaraes avoid a booking at Turf Moor, the threat of 1-game suspension for reaching 5 yellow cards in the opening 19 games will be lifted. So he's only got to go through this game, and that should be it for him. If Joe Linton features in this game, it will be his 200th Premier League appearance. There you go. He's got it. 200th appearance for Newcastle. And that's a nice hallmark to have, if I'm honest with you. Obviously, Burnley are missing quite a few. We know Esteve's returned, having passed a late fitness test. Connor Roberts, Zeki Amdouni, Josh Cullen, Bayer, Waddle are all injured. Twenzibi is at Congo. Lyle Foster at South Africa. And Hannibal Medjbury is Tunisia on AFCON duty. Burnley have ended 7 straight defeats with back-to-back draws ahead of this visit. And obviously they drew at home against Everton the weekend. So, like I said, they're up with a little bit of hope because they seem to have found a little bit of solution. On home turf, they've won twice, beat the Mackhams and Leeds, drawn twice, Forest and Everton, and lost 5, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, Palace and Fulham. The referee for tonight is Rob Jones. He's the third Toon posting of the season for the Merseyside-based official, following on from the 0-0 draw at Bournemouth and the 3-1 loss at West Ham. VAR is Nick Hopton, and like I say, there you go. That's a little bit of information for you guys out there. But like I say, we've got
and a few other facts if you're interested. Burnley,
go for it.
Burnley have scored exactly once in all 7 of their Premier League home games against Newcastle, and they've lost every one since 2019 when they won 1-0, which was their one goal. Newcastle have won their last 7 against Burnley, which is their longest joint winning run against any opposition in the top flight since Bury in between 1903 and 1906.
Wow.
It's just the second time that Burnley have faced the same opponent twice in a calendar month. The last time they lost 3-1 and drew 1-1 with Aston Villa. And it's just the second time Newcastle have faced an opponent twice in the same month. The previous time, can you remember what the previous time was, Mr. Allardyce?
Was it Allardyce?
Was it Sheffield?
No, I'm pretty sure it was Allardyce. We lost 1-0 to Derby at home.
Oh.
And drew 0-0 away, and so they got 4 points. Got 4 points off us, and they only got, I think, it was 12 the whole season.
The whole season.
That has to be league, doesn't it? That only the first time that they've played people twice in a month.
Oh yeah, in the Premier League, in the top division.
Yeah, because cup competitions you would naturally do that sometimes. Yeah.
It's the first time Burnley have played their final league game of the calendar year at home since 2020, when they beat Sheffield United 1-0. Newcastle won 2-0 in their final league game of 2024. Man United, wow. You remember. Burnley remain winless in their last 9, though they have drawn the last 2, as you've just mentioned. Newcastle lost 5 of their last 6 league away games and won just 1 of the last 12 on the road since the start of this run in April.
Wow.
Long time. Scott Parker has lost both his home games against Newcastle by an aggregate of 6-0, 4-0 and 2-0. The only manager to lose 3 at home in a row against the Magpies without scoring was Ron Atkinson between 93 and 96 when he was at Villa.
Yeah.
Quick question, lads. Do you think this doing the press conference straight after we've done it a couple of times this season now, doing it straight after the game that's just finished is a good idea? Because
not really. I think
really completely.
Yeah, I think because they come over the obviously holiday period, they've just got to try and fit it in, haven't they? Whichever they do it, and it does put a little bit of a lesser look on it, if I'm honest with you. Because, like I say, how does a manager know who's going to be fit for a couple of days' time? It doesn't make any doesn't give you anything much regarding information, and because they put a block on it coming out, you know what I mean? An embargo on it until midday the day before or something silly.
Do we know if the team stayed down in the northwest area, or did they travel? They won't travel back up surely after Manchester and travel back down.
I think they would have done. It's only 2 hours.
You reckon?
Oh yeah. getting your own bed.
I know there's fans that just stayed down there, aren't there? So
Yeah, it would make sense, I would imagine. You know, get a decent. The trouble is like I say, you do miss out on a couple of days training if you stay down. You know, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, do you come back and get a couple of days on the turf, getting the message across, or do you just take the hit and say, lads, go on the lash?
Well,
get
I think,
hammered.
you know,
Get rid of it.
They would all have been back and tucked up in their beds by midnight on Friday, I would have assumed.
Yeah, they would have. Yeah.
And in for training on Saturday.
I mean, you got to think Burnley have had less time, haven't they? So it's
yeah.
going to be an interesting one. Oh, here we go. What was that?
Oh, sorry.
Bokey trying for the Paddington look to please Chris. Says Wazza.
I've got me marmalade sandwich under my hat.
The Winnie the Pooh look.
Winnie the Pooh, wasn't it?
Yeah. What result?
No, Paddington had the marmalade sandwich under his hat, but
under his hat.
No
Yeah.
one seen Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, that's what Chris called us.
I'm looking for.
What's Winnie the Pooh's middle name?
The?
Correct.
Hey! Deary me.
Rupert. What's Rupert Bear's middle name? The.
Yeah, look, see Christina straight in. What's your expected result tonight then? I mean, don't just say a win. What's your score lines?
Well, you know what I've gone for.
I haven't even looked. I've just put mine in and not even looked at anybody else's.
Actually,
I'm rubbish this year.
Once we get started, I need to get there.
I can't even remember what I put in.
I've gone for Burnley. Simply down to the fact that every time we win, we lose.
3-0.
Right, so Gary's gone for
3-0,
and I've gone for 4-0.
Okay.
Do you really think we won't concede?
There's a lot of people, gone closer than that. 2-1, 1-1s.
Yeah, there's a few.
I'm saying, do you guys really think we won't concede in this game? Do you think we'll keep a clean sheet?
Well, we're due one, aren't we?
I honestly believe
the law of averages said.
Yeah,
it's like me when I used to fight the classroom bully, and I wouldn't give up. I would still keep on having a go at him. And they said, "You never get sick of this." I said, "It's 51 to 1, 51 to 0 to you now. My day's gotta come."
I mean, it's going to be. Well, like I say, I hope it's not close. I hope it's not one of those on the edge of your seat games of football. I think it'll spoil it if it is. So, luckily for we get an early goal, take the pressure off, and we just start playing a bit of football because the lads have got to turn up. It's simple as, isn't it? I think the longer the game goes on, I think the more pressure comes on Newcastle. Because we are very susceptible at the moment to set pieces, and I'm sure that's what Burnley will be hoping for.
That's what Scott Parker's noticed for our weaknesses.
Our weaknesses, set pieces. Yeah, get it up the field and try. I hope 3 or 4 or 5 is a score, but I can't expect it, says Braun. Brenty over the pond. Welcome, matey. I hope it's a good game for you. Like I said, I just want the lads to bloody turn up and enjoy it, and not worry about it. Shouldn't beat on girls, says Woodby Farmer, to win.
And girls?
I think he means the bully at school.
Yeah.
Hey, I was about to mother care.
All the best for tonight, boys. There you go. One of the local Derby boys there. So thank you, Fernie One. Nice to have you on board, mate. Leeds play tomorrow, don't they?
Yes, I think so.
Semenyo's obviously at Stamford Bridge. I mean, obviously he's looks like it's going to be his last game, and he's in the starting lineup tonight. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Just looking at the Geordies in the stand. against
Them lads,
gunning numbers,
them
lots
lads,
of support.
they deserve a performance tonight, don't they? They really do.
The fans, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. The lads
And not just the fans
deserve-
in the ground, all fans, all of us in the chat, everybody who's going to be sitting watching the game tonight deserve something this time.
Incidentally, Ronald Turnbull, if you're watching, you're the only score not in.
Come on, Ron. Becca said she's getting nervous about tonight. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Eddie, have you got any stats when he's come up against one of his old clubs win? You had it before, didn't you? Sure, you told us what was going on.
I'll find it.
Yeah, it's really, it's going to be, like I say, it's going to be squeaky bum time. 4 minutes away. The lads are in the tunnel waiting to come out. So, like I say, if you're in the chat and you're a little bit in front of us, try and keep it out of the chat. That will be grand. Like I say, the scores should be automatically updated if there is any change. And I'll do my best to get the players' names right. Doesn't always happen, but I will do my best. Bonnie Lights at Burnley, says Kenny. You're absolutely right, mate. Vamos, chicos, says Geordie up in Edinburgh. Absolutely. Come on. That's what I want to hear.
His managerial career against Burnley is 14. This is the league, obviously. 14, 6 wins, 2 draws, and 6 losses. 50-50. And we all know against Bournemouth, 1-0.
1-0. Yeah. Yeah, it's a
not
lovely,
good, but
lovely old ground, Turf Moor. You ever been to Burnley? When?
Oh, yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day?
Back in the
You know,
70s.
He's had his wins against Burnley as a manager. Was that not just his wins when he was Burnley manager? There's 14 games, and that many games seems a hell of a lot of games.
No, that's well, because he played them when he was at Bournemouth as well.
Yeah.
All the years he was at Bournemouth, they played Burnley.
Here they come, onto the field of play. Newcastle in their black and white strip.
In the tunnel.
Looking very smart. I do like that white training top with the black shorts. It always looks very, very nice. Burnley obviously in the claret, usual setup, obviously being at home. I did expect us to be in the blue shirts tonight, or the green, as we've seen too often. Glad we're not. Performance from Tonali. What's that, mate?
That ball boy was bigger. The mascot was bigger than the player.
Yeah, he's their new left back. Oh, bless. Eddie Howe walking down the touchline there. Yeah, it is a funny situation that Eddie is in now, isn't it? Where again, doesn't want to drop Gordon, so he has to bring Barnes on, because obviously Barnes has been one of the players in form over recent weeks. But again, it'll be interesting to see how he sets them up. I remember, Burnley, especially back in the good old days. I don't know whether, and I have to be careful how I say this. Michael saying 74, I was there. Do you remember standing in the urinals, Michael, and not having a roof on, and you could watch the game? That's classic. Funny days. How things have changed. So let's go through the team again then. For Burnley, we've got Dubravka, Laurent, Ekdal and Esteve at the back three. Then you'll have Walker, Ugachukwu, Florentino and Perez is your midfield four. And then you've got Chuana, Brozier and Edwards as your front three. With Newcastle, Nick Pope in goal, the back forward of Louis Saul, Shaw, Chow, Miley. And then we've got Joe Linton, Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes in the midfield. Anthony Gordon, Wissa and Harvey Barnes. Apparently Murphy's still suffering from a niggle, according to the reports. Let's have a quick look at some of our reports before we go on. Like I've said, it's J7's 200th appearance today. Murphy's still suffering from a niggle, apparently not fit enough to start. Why is he on the bench? Doesn't make any sense for me. The biggest challenge for us today, we'll have to have a look at that at half-time, which is Eddie Howe's pre-match presser. So we'll have a look, see what he said there. We'll do it at half-time. We're having a struggle at the moment with injury. Scott Parker says Burnley's injury problems have contributed to their poor run of form. What happened at the start of the game, at the start of the season? But I mean, he has had to chop and change. So, like I say, it has been difficult. Howe tells Hall to tell Ramsdale to go down to give instructions. Like I say, I hope that doesn't repeat itself today. So there you go. The lads all in a huddle, ready to start this game. Fingers crossed we get a good start and see if we can beat this low block that's going to be, I would imagine, in front of us. Eddie Howe looking perplexed. Scott Parker looking relaxed. What a difference in the two of them at the start of the game then.
Uh-huh. Is that Scott Parker's master plan? Not to Lobel.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting. We've got the flags out there. Newcastle kicking right to left as we look at the screen. I say it looks like Burnley are going to be the ones who kick us off at Turf Moor. So, enjoy the game. Like I say, keep it out the chat if you can, if there's any score lines, and we'll do our best to keep up with you guys. And we're off all the way back to Dubs. Gets his first touch, decides to go long on this right-hand side, and it's Anthony Gordon on the left, as we thought, that gets that ball cleared. It's ball forward again from Burnley, but it's only come up to Anthony Gordon, and he's played it safe back to Hall, Shaw, and across the box to Chow. Again, just on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, and Miley just gives it back. Chow comes back to Shaw. Again, just trying to draw Burnley in on that long 50-yard diagonal, looking for Harvey Barnes' run. Headed clear from Burnley, but it's only come to Miley, who gives it back to Harvey Barnes on that right-hand side. Back to Chow. And again, it's refereed by Mr. Jones in the middle. Not had a great set of results against this lad, with this lad in the middle, so hopefully today we can get that stopped. Shaw again looking for the ball over the top for Anthony Gordon. It's a great ball over the top. Anthony Gordon controls it on his chest. Looks to get it in, drops a shoulder on Walker. Gets it along the floor. And it's a shot and it's a goal from J7. 1-0 to Newcastle. On the instant volley on the left-hand side, driven in by Anthony Gordon. And he swings a boot at it. And it was floating. And it just wrung foot Dubravka to a degree. The shape of the ball takes it away from Dubravka's hand. And it nestles into the side netting of his left-hand post. So there you go. Good start within 2 minutes.
Start. And that's
Burnley Newcastle
Gordon going on the outside, beating his man, getting the cross in. Who knew? Who knew? Get men in the box and you might score.
Yeah, there you go. It was a good finish, to be fair.
I tell you what, good finish, huh?
Yeah, great finish. There was me. It's commentator's curse. I said, what's he going to bring to our midfield? He's going to score. Of course he is. Oh, great in-step volley, that, you know.
Deflection on the cross, but still a great finish.
Yeah, great finish. In-step volley. I mean, you know, people will say that, you know, he miskicked that. But like I say, he meant that all the way. Yes, I am happy for him. You're absolutely bang on, Kim Camp. I'm happy for him too. Again, Burnley kick off and again go long. Again, Newcastle give it away with Anthony Gordon trying to play the early ball.
I think he just got rid there, didn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, again, he played it into the wrong part, but Newcastle picked the ball up again.
Nice.
Back to Gordon.
Hot lines.
Anthony Gordon then trying to give Whistler a run back. But again,
and the press is on.
J7 with that press manages to get that ball, and the ball unfortunately a bit too close to the touchline. And it out for a throw. And I think it's Kyle Walker. It's going to take this throw in for Burnley. Not the start that Scott Parker wanted. Obviously didn't see that weakness coming. Walker again, a little bit further down the field, in halfway into the Newcastle half now with a throw on this right-hand side. Again, looking to get the ball over the top for Chuana to get on there. Or was it Brozier? I think it was Brozier, beg your pardon, to get on the end of that one. But unfortunately, it's out for them, and it's a goal kick to us. With Popey now. The two centre-halves split in the penalty area. So he's got options if he wants to go short. Nicholas Andrew Argyle Pope. He goes long to the halfway line. Again, it beats J7, but again, Anthony Gordon tries to get it up to Wissa, and he's cleared again by Burnley. Headed by Shaw, again forward. Then J7, who's trying to play it back towards Miley, but again, it's Burnley who picked the loose ball up. Brozier with the ball, turns a full 180, but it's a bit of a poor ball out there to Estevez, and he has to run to retrieve that ball. Long ball down, looking again down this left-hand side to Edwards for Burnley. And the ball's out of play for a Newcastle throw-in.
Clever play by Toon Army to get that through.
It was indeed, trying to just get it long. So, I mean, like I say, it's a good start from J7 in the middle, I must admit. He's ruffled the feathers a bit. Marley with a nice give and go there into Wissa's feet. Again, Harvey Barnes trying to give the ball a bit too early for me. And it goes straight back
there's
to Burnley
Gordon
with
on Dubravka.
Yeah. And again, Dubravka just trying to get the ball
because he's in a hurry.
Yeah, Bournemouth have just scored against Chelsea. 1-0 to Bournemouth.
And then you just put another 20 million on his transfer fee.
That's already sorted. Man City's ching with that one, mate. I'll tell you now. Throw into Burnley. Quickly thrown into Brozier. Again, not really on the same wavelength there with Edwards. With Brozier. Just out for a goal kick. 11% win for Burnley. 16% draw. And 73% for a Newcastle win at the minute at the bookies. So Popey with another goal kick. There's a little bit of a delay taking this. I don't know why there's a delay. Looks like Popey's instructed everybody to go long. I want to practice my kicking. Through towards the centre circle and Wissa. Wissa heads on. It's come to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes now in with a tussle. There with number 20.
Gordon in again and gets the ball.
And the ball back to Bruno. Anthony Gordon goes out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes comes back inside. There's a give and go there with Anthony Gordon. Well done, J7 again. It's a shot. Is it going to get forced in, Miley? Wissa! There was a block on the line. It come back to Wissa. And the man himself gets the goal.
I just think there may be an offside there.
Will there be an offside there? I was just going to say.
I hope there's not, obviously, but...
It was ping-pong for a bit, wasn't it? In that 6-yard box.
But just before that ping-pong started.
There's a bit of a conversation here with... I can't see any VAR ruling that.
No. Well, yeah, let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Wissa into
This is the one. This is the one.
Bruno. Then Anthony Gordon goes outside.
Right, so Wissa's offside there.
Yeah, he's come back.
He comes back.
Yeah, now he's onside, mate, because he's behind the ball, look, and the defender's on the 6-yard line.
No, he's okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's good. It's a goal. Well done there, though, for Bruno, because it was Bruno's tenacity to get that ball back.
Well,
I think that was a foul, to be fair.
It was Gordon's press from the build up of that kept we going.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-0 to Newcastle in the first 8 minutes, guys. Did we expect this? Was our weakness going 2 goals up, says Christina. Tina Tooney, indeed.
I'm looking at Bruno kicking the ball out of the keeper's hands.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was his tenacity to get that ball back. I love that.
I don't think they're looking at anything now.
No, they've given it.
Yeah, they've given it, mate. It was Bruno. I thought he pushed over that one player. I don't know who it is. Laurent. And then it was Wissa. His first shot was blocked on the line by Walker. And then his second. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Where are they waiting? VAR obviously having a look at it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just to make sure that there was nothing nasty in there. Yeah, it can only give. I mean, to be fair, it can only be given for Bruno's push. If I'm honest with you, on Laurent, because he does go through the back of Laurent now. Jared Bowen's just scored for West Ham, so they're 1-0 up at Brighton.
He needs to go and have a look at it by the look of it, is he?
No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's done. It's been given. Yeah, it's been given, mate.
No.
Well done, lads. Johan Wissa with the second goal for Newcastle. Come on, the boys. Could be a rugby school here. Long ball cleared again by Dubravka. J7 underneath that one with the header forward. It's only come to Ekdal, though, who's gone long again down this line to try and get Brozier in and behind. And it's well done, Louis Hall, for getting the body in between player and ball.
Shepherding the ball out.
Yeah, indeed.
Properly, unlike the Chelsea shepherding the ball out on Gordon.
Shoulder to shoulder. Again, Kyle Walker heads the ball back towards the Newcastle goal, but it's cleared only up towards Ekdal for Burnley, just inside the Newcastle half. Picked up against Florentino, who goes out again on that left-hand side to Perez. Tonali wins the ball back. J7 now in the centre circle, gets it out of his feet and through to Anthony Gordon again. The ball was just behind him a little bit, and he couldn't quite get Lewis Hall in situ, but he has filled Lewis Hall's gap there. Tonali down this right-hand side again, tracking back just to try and close the space, and he does really well to try and stop Edwards getting the ball. Cleared up towards Wissa again, who manages to get a toe on it, but he can't find a Newcastle player. And Burnley have it back in the centre circle. And then just trying to get Florentino now, who's facing his own goal. Gives it back to Estevez. Florentino again. Okachukwu inside him. There you go. Gives it back to Estevez. And all the way back to Dubs, who fires it back into Okachukwu. Again, now Florentino now got a bit of space. Plays it inside towards Edwards. Down the line. Trying to get Perez.
Oh, yeah, we'll go.
It's a goal kick to Newcastle. Okay. Well done, Miley.
Yeah.
Now, I thought they were going to do something different there. Chuana and Perez trying to combine there to try and get down that line, but didn't quite come off for Burnley. Like I say, and Miley does well just to see that ball out for a goal kick. Dubs trying to make himself as big as possible for Wissa's goal. Just couldn't get his hands on it. Doesn't stand much of a chance, does he, if I'm honest?
Brilliant reactions by Wissa.
Yeah, it was, because like I say, come at him at a different angle, didn't it? J7, Bruno, all the way back to Chow in the halfway line. Again, options in front of him. Bruno, Tonali, back to Chow. Again, Newcastle movement is better than I've seen in a few games, to be fair. Miley now, up the line.
Can they keep it up for 90 minutes?
Oh, the ball's out of play, apparently.
Again.
So it's a Burnley throw-in.
Have you noticed how much further up the pitch we're playing as well, though? Wissa isn't dropping anywhere near as far back as Voldemort does. So
yeah, but
you bring in the whole team up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I think what the difference is, it's a very open game. There was us thinking that Burnley were going to sit back and just defend for their lives and look for the break. And yet they've not. They've literally come out and allowed us to have space to play in and around them, which is helping us because, like I say, we are playing into the space, into the pockets of space that they're given. Because they're not, at the end of the day, as results tell you, they're not a great side at the minute. And they're easy to play through. And the two goals that we've actually been given have been gifts, haven't they, really? I mean, at the end of the day, the way we've played, it was a great finish by J7. And like I say, tenacity from Bruno for the second goal. I know what's one of the Burnley players
Connor's in the chat, can't resist, can he? Yeah, we're smashing up Barcelona.
You can only play what's in front of you, mate.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, we've struggled against teams like this in the past. So we only beat Wolves 1-0, remember? It's not as if it's a gimme these days. You've still got to turn up. You've just got to keep it up. The Burnley players still down, getting
He was up on his feet. Why didn't they make him walk off the pitch to do this?
I have no idea, if I'm honest. 1-1 now, Chelsea-Bournemouth. Cole Palmer with a goal for Chelsea.
The mighty Iriola cannot hang on to a lead, it would appear, again.
Yeah, he's struggling with Bournemouth at the minute, isn't he? Looks like there's going to be an early change for Burnley here. That's interesting.
This is absolutely ridiculous. That lad was on his feet and went down on the pitch. Why didn't...
It's tactical. That's what it is. It's tactical. That's like Eddie Howe saying to Ramsdale, go down so I can throw some information on the field. It's a tactical decision.
And now he's walking off.
Estevay, yeah, he's walking around. I think he's done. He's seen his day though. You know what they say here, though, don't you? It's like, these guys are going to rip me apart. I'm out of here. I'm going to sit down and watch this because it's a good match. Newcastle
to be fair, the fact that he's went off must mean that he is actually injured.
Oh, man, he's jesting, man.
No, I know that, but it just in terms of why the hell do they not? Because it happens so often that, you know, that even when they're like centimeters away from the you know, the touch line, the throw-in line.
Well, when it goes down that quick like that, it's because the other players haven't had chance
Gordon
to
again on fire.
or anything. Yeah, Bruno now centre circle for Newcastle, outside to Miley, comes back to Bruno. Again, wants the ball.
Again, look at J7 running at the box there.
Yeah. Nobody looking for that ball over the top.
No.
Back with Sharp.
It was
Newcastle
a great run.
Slowing it down. Yeah, he was very good. He's on fire on his 200th appearance, J7 tonight. Ooh, sort of great run again from Barnes there. Tried to be found by Bruno. Couldn't force it through the gap. Again, forcing Brozier for Burnley wide. Gordon and Tonali there. Comes back to Laurent. In the middle with Ugochukwu. And then to Florentino over the top there to try and get in behind. Harvey Barnes keeps an eye on it. But the Burnley player was offside there. Not getting a lot of change, if I'm honest with you, down that side with Perez and Chuana. Shaw now. On the left of the penalty area for Newcastle, deep in the Newcastle half. Just trying to get 5 attempts and 5 on target. That's something I haven't seen most this season for Newcastle. After the 5 attempts, 100% accuracy at the moment. Making Dubravka work. Shaw again, just like I say, taking his time, just looking for options. Gives it short to Bruno. Bruno looks up and again he's got options with Lewis Hall if he needs to give it to him. But Anthony Gordon going down the line as well if he needs to do that one. Gives it to Shaw. Into Bruno again, out to Hall, up to Gordon. Bruno again trying to see an opening to get the ball to Hall, but it wasn't a great ball again from Bruno there. Trying to force the issue rather than playing what's in front of him. Burnley get the ball back with Dubravka. Plays it to Humphries, who's just come on for Estevay. Ball down the line, trying to pick out Brozier. But again, Chow just sees that ball out. Throw into Burnley on the halfway line. Burnley again, just picking the ball up. With Ugochukwu out to Walker on this right-hand side. Back to Ugochukwu on the halfway line. Again, Burnley just trying to get hold of the ball. Humphries now decides, I'll run into the Newcastle half, but stops and then goes backwards. Again, ball into the centre. Trying to get things to happen with Edwards, who's come more as a 10 in that middle for Burnley. Again, Edwards again just picking the ball up, playing it on the outside.
We've dropped back into this 5-4-1 again, though.
Yeah, allowing Burnley to play in front of us. Which, again,
come on, let's get out.
I don't mind that as long as it's controlled. And like I say, at the minute, everybody keeps tight. And again, we're forcing Burnley backwards. Humphries picks the ball up on the halfway line again. Not really going any further. Edwards now picks the ball up for Burnley.
That's it.
Florentira, Ugochukwu.
Come on.
Again, it's all tight down that left
get on
side
him.
for Burnley. Got to get tighter, Miley.
Yeah, exactly. Much
Perez
tighter.
trying to stand him up here. But again, Miley doesn't dive in, stands his ground. Burnley dinks the ball into the box. It's headed clear by Harvey Barnes. Back to Humphries. Out to Perez on that left-hand side. Perez swings one into the box. This time it's Chow heads clear. Up towards Anthony Gordon. He doesn't compete with that one. Ball's come out to this right-hand side with Edwards. Lost the ball though, and now Anthony Gordon's got to run.
Go on.
Just inside the
Burnley keep going.
Up against Walker.
Keep going.
Can he beat Walker? Oh, Walker's done well there, to be fair. Kept up with him, taken the ball off him. And now Anthony Gordon.
He's still got a bit of pace in his legs as Walker.
Absolutely he has. Ball over the top, looking for a Burnley player. It's headed cleared again by Chow. Picks the ball up by Brozier into Edwards now on this right-hand side of the box. Looking to try and take on Lewis Hall. Gets it into the box. It's just picked out from
Bush.
Chow. And it's hammered clear. Yeah, hammered clear towards the halfway line by Bruno. Edwards did well there against Hall, to be fair, for Burnley. So it's something we have to be careful on. 20 minutes gone. Burnley 0, Newcastle 2. You happy with the performance so far, boys?
Well, I'm happy in the last few minutes. I'm very happy.
Good.
We're doing it again. No, we're back into the.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
again, you had time then to helpful. Just take the ball and.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, as after it looks though, I'm glad they're just clearing the lines. Get your shape back and then go chase the ball, rather than what we've been doing, where it's been all, trying to play ourselves out of danger. And when you haven't got that type of player, you've just got to clear your line. Humphries now picks the ball up, left centre of the Burnley goal, plays it forward again, but again to nobody in particular. Bruno sees Barnes on the run, tries to force the ball again, but gives the ball straight back to Burnley. Good turn there by Edwards. He's got a bit of space to run to. He's on the edge of the box now. He gets a shot off, but it's wide of Pope's post.
I think he's got a finger.
2-1 now to Chelsea. They've turned the game around at Stamford Bridge. Wasn't that far wide, to be fair.
I thought Pope had got a hand.
I think he pulled his hand away when.
Enzo with the second goal for Chelsea. Pope with a goal kick. Oh, he delays his kick there. He wants referees telling him to get on with it. It's no point in wasting time at the minute. Edwards now picks the ball up on the halfway line for Burnley. Plays the ball down the right-hand side again, just trying to do a give and go with Laurent, trying to force the issue. Looks like Laurent and Walker have changed positions there because of Anthony Gordon's pace, getting in behind Laurent quite easily. And again, Walker's not got the legs to go box to box and keep up with Anthony Gordon. Walker now
Everton won up at Forest. Incidentally, thanks for hitting the likes, folks. We're on about 75% likes at the minute, which is brilliant. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Ball into the box to come out to Edwards, who's faced up by Wissa. It's played across the box as a shot, deflected back to the edge of the box. Dink into the box now. Brozier's underneath it. Oh, that's a good strike, and it's a goal. I've just said 27. That was for that's not Brozier. That's a really good finish by Laurent. To be fair, 29. Really good finish by Laurent. Ball gets pinged into the box. Brozier gets his head through it, and on the volley, it's hammered by Laurent into the far right-hand corner. Burnley 2-1 out now to Newcastle. Again, Edwards runs to centrally. There's a ball square and there's a shot off from Perez. The ball then deflects out. Browser just gets a...
That may be offside as well, you know.
Be offside.
From where?
This there now.
Mate,
The kid that gets the head on it was offside when that ball came in.
All right. Well, Browser. Does he come in off
27.
or not? Yeah, Browser.
He was
well,
offside
that's-
when that ball was played.
That's going to be an interesting one. Let's see if
If he is, well, lucky.
Yeah, we are. Because it was a hell of a finish from Burnley, I must admit. Having a look
Yeah,
at
looking
it,
at it.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good spot that he's win, because I didn't see that.
The only thing is, Win, is that his arm that's offside.
Well, as long as it is armpit.
As long as it's his shoulder.
Yeah, it's the armpit, isn't it? So that's where
He's
they
got,
look at.
he's got a long sleeve shirt on, hasn't he? So it could be
Let's
the
have a look
hands.
at this, because you'll be able
Let's
to
have a look.
see
Yeah,
from here.
It comes back out. Now he moves. Now he's there.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's tight.
Oh, it is tight.
Oh, you've got Shares.
Shaw.
Right foot.
Yeah, that's a real tight one. That is, I'll tell you now.
That's Lane's job.
I think
Goal
that's
given, is it?
yeah, it's goal given. I think. Yep,
Yeah.
goal
Yep.
given. I say it's tight. Here we go again. Newcastle get the game back underway. Shaw playing him on side there again, the deepest one.
What the fuck?
Chow now picks the ball up. Got a bit of space to run into. Again, unable to defend a
awful.
simple ball. Again, Burnley picked the ball up just inside the Newcastle half.
And now we're back to 5-4-1 again,
Yeah, in that defensive mode.
which we cannot
Florentino.
do.
No, Laurent. Into Ugochukwu. Plays the ball down the line for Edwards to run onto. But again, Shaw picks that one up. Gets it forward, but only to Walker. Back with Shaw. Heads it again.
Now, come on,
Picks
Wizard.
this up and
Well
Whistler's got the ball.
done.
Plays the ball into Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon now throwing his legs wide open to get into that box. Driving, waiting for players. Gets the ball into the box. It's
Oh!
headed clear for Burnley. And it's a corner kick. Well done, Anthony Gordon. He waited and waited there.
What did Barnes do? That was a great ball by Wisser.
It was an excellent ball. But again, there's no real black and white shirts in the box.
No, well, you've got Barnes in the middle.
They all come running. But I mean, he played to nobody in particular, was
Didn't
it?
get to nobody.
Yeah, he played to nobody in particular.
Bruno taking the corner. Direct corner again. Come on, sir.
Another Olympico. That'll be grand. A bit of hustle and tussle in the middle of the box there with J7. Bruno plays the ball into the box, into that near post area, but it's cleared from the near post by Brozier for Burnley. Out for another corner for Newcastle. Bruno again to take this one. Oh,
Bruno. Man.
Walker and Joe Linton. Look, here we go. There's lots of arms being flailed around here. Keep it together. J7. Keep your head on. Walker's going to get a booking here, and J7 will get a booking, guaranteed. Walker, the skipper's going to get booking, and J7 gets a booking. Stupid.
What a waste of time.
What a waste of a booking. Again, corner coming in from Bruno. Lots of movement from J7 again. He's gone to walk in front of Dubravka, trying to block the eyesight. Again, lots of jostling. Lots of jostling here. And again, what's the difference? They're all complaining about what J7's doing, but he's the one who's being pushed away from Dubravka. Ball comes eventually into the box, goes back stick this time. Whistles on a free header! Oh, he's missed it! Oh! Free header at the back stick! And he's put it wide. That's exactly what I've always said. Just leave somebody on the back stick because he's wide open, look. Dubravka's nearly on his knees. If that was on target, it'd have been a goal. Look at
That's
that.
poor from the striker.
It's a poor finish, mate. It is a poor finish.
What?
I mean, it's nowhere near the goal. It looks like he closes his bloody eyes, if I'm honest with you. J7 again with the header forward from Dubravka's goal kick. Forward up towards Brozier. Tonali now picks the ball up again. Not really been involved much, Tonali, so far. Ball out towards Bruno again, who gives a sloppy ball out to Harvey Barnes. It's picked up again by Burnley. Chua now down this line, but again, it's not a really great ball for anybody to get on with that one. And Perez can't get hold of it. But again, it's cleared, but only Burnley picked the ball up again on the halfway line. Ugochukwu picks that ball up. Then it's Joanna. Again, Burnley getting more confident as they go. Back with Miley though. Goes square to Shaw. Shaw now picks the ball up and gives it to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall again just goes back the way it's come. And Newcastle just trying to take
Where's the urgency?
Take the sting out of the game. Plays it into the feet of J7. Tonali. Out to Anthony Gordon. Lewis Hall on the inside of him. Tonali on the inside of him. Gives it to Lewis Hall. Then back to Tonali. Tonali now. Just options. Goes square to Chow. Chow picks the ball up. All of the players now inside the Burnley half. Back out to Gordon. Gordon sees Hall. Plays the ball down the line. Anthony, Lewis Hall has got an option to take his time. Plays the ball in along the ground, but he was all off balance.
Yeah, but J7 was in on that.
Yeah, but I mean, he could have got a touch in and then run towards the goal. Just steadied himself before he threw his foot at it. He saw the option, and I think it got him,
Well
in two
done,
minds.
Gordon.
Tonali there wins the free kick for Newcastle. Player on the ground.
After Gordon's challenge.
Yeah. Brighton get a goal back with a penalty by Welbeck. 1-1 now with West Ham. Funny how Wilson stays injury-free for them, isn't it? Hall now down the line to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon again dives his shoulder, goes on the inside, brings it back to Chow. Again, all of the players camped in the Burnley half for Newcastle. Shaw. Come on, go the same way.
Come on up the wing.
Ball from Chow inside. That's a great ball. Oh, it's going to be a foul on the edge of the D.
It is.
For Newcastle. And there's going to be another yellow card here to Florentino. He pulled, it was some nice football, to be fair. Lovely build-up. Chow drives the ball in, and it's a first-time pass.
It's just bundled
into
over.
Bruno, and it's a first-time pass inside to J7. And then Florentino, because he's behind the player, drags J7 to the ground. Can we see something that we haven't seen for a long time? A decent
direct free kick.
Yeah, a decent shot at goal. Get Shaw well away from this ball. You need somebody with a little bit of quality. Oh, Lewis Hall. He's over this ball. Anthony Gordon and Shaw.
Say that
Kim Cam saying not Shaw. Cuff saying not Shaw. Kim Cam saying come on Shaw. Rosehead. Here we go.
It's got to be either power from a right footer or placement from a left footer, isn't it?
I think this is going to be a shared dummy and Hall.
Do you think it's going to be more grace?
I think I just saw Gordon give Lewis Hall the nod.
Yeah, Shaw looks as though he's interested, though. I'll tell you now. How many times do you reckon he's practiced this against? Oh, back to Anthony Gordon with a shot. It's come out to Chow as a shot. It's deflected. Again, Anthony Gordon. It's straight into the arms from Shaw in the end.
Good volley, though, on target.
Yeah, it was on target, but unfortunately it was straight down his throat. Long ball forward for Brozier. Again, Burnley picked this second ball up, but that's going to be a handball to Harvey Barnes. Referee says, carry on. Jockey. Perez now picks the ball up, plays the ball short into Florentino. Back to Humphreys. Again, all of the players now camped in the Newcastle half. Humphreys goes to the right-hand side, trying to find Edwards, but there was a little nudge in the back from Hall there, but referee has said nothing happening there. And it's out for a throw into Newcastle. J7 receives the ball on the half turn, plays the ball out. I think it was towards Bruno, but it comes to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes on the halfway line, gives it inside to Bruno. Bruno sees Wissa, but again doesn't really give him a good ball to work off. All the way back now to Dubravka. Goes out to the left-hand side, but there's an offside given against Newcastle in the end. Harvey Barnes is making some nice runs into the space, but nothing really has got to him yet.
It's not quite free-flowing, is it? We're doing well, but it's not quite sort of free-flowing in the match.
I mean, it does feel as though it's rushed at times, though. Do you not feel as though they're trying to force the ball into the channel rather than just allowing the game to flow into the space? That's how it feels to me. It's like they see the run and they're trying to force the ball there rather than, playing the ball around the players, the opposition. Throw into Newcastle, Lewis Hall to J7, back to Lewis Hall. Again, he gets dragged back though.
Maybe it's a confidence thing, Gary.
Yeah, possibly. That's what I said. When you're forcing the game, to try and get goals, because like I say, it just seems inevitable at the moment that Newcastle are going to concede. It could be. It could be just the fact that they are just forcing rather than playing a flowing football. But it's been okay. There's been poor bits as much as there's been good bits. Don't get me wrong. Ball up to J7, tries to feed Tonali, but again deflects back towards Bruno. Bruno comes out to Lewis Hall, who Gordon goes on the inside. Lewis Hall tracks the outside. Lovely little ball through the Megs.
And still got it.
Lewis Hall gets the ball into the box, going to the back stick. But there's nobody there.
About the best he could do, really. But did really well to get into that position in the first place.
He did. He did a cracking job. Out to Walker now in that right back position. Down the line towards Chuana. Laurent down the line towards Brozier. Walker again just cleared the lines for Burnley. Oh, Chow, you can't do that there, son. Head just hammered forward by Burnley, but that's straight to Pope. Trying again too hard to get there.
But very interesting in the prediction league. 6 out of the top 9 have gone for a 2-1 Newcastle win.
Oh, shot from Wissa over the ball. Yeah.
So 6 of the top 5 points.
Wow. They're doing fantastic up there. They really are. I need a miracle to be anywhere near them.
Oh, there's a long way to go, Gary. You know that.
Oh, there is. There absolutely is. But it looks as though the lads up top.
Never judge a painting when it's half finished.
Oh, I know. Dubravka with a goal kick goes forward. Again, not taking any chances. J7 again underneath this one, heads it back. Walker plays it inside. Oh, excuse me.
Hey!
Hey! Ekdal now picks the ball up and gives it back to Dubravka. Just on the edge of his penalty area. Dubravka again taking no chances on the press. Shaw gets his head to this one. Again, Shaw just pokes it to Walker. Hall does well to intercept that ball, plays it inside to
and again,
set the circle.
give him it.
Bruno over the top for Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes tries to dink it over Dubravka. He keeps it in play though. It's not a corner. Into the penalty area. Pulls the ball back. And it's a poor shot from Bruno. Goes well wide. Yeah, well wide of Dubravka's right-hand post. Well done, Lewis Hall. He sees the interception there. Gets possession back, and it's a lovely ball over the top for Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes does what he should do. Takes a shot, tries to put it over Dubravka. Dubravka, I think, thought it was out, because he stopped running for a minute back towards his goal line. Yeah, he's just tried to lift it over the top of Dubravka, but he good hand on it, to be fair. Saved it well. Ball out of play for a Newcastle throw-in. 39 minutes gone. Burnley 1, Newcastle 2 at Turf Moor. At the 7:30 kickoff. Tonali plays the ball back to Hall. Back to Tonali. Goes down to Shaw. Fabian Schär gets it out of his feet. Plays it long to the halfway line. Again, looking for Anthony Gordon's run. It's a good ball in behind the back of Laurent. Laurent unfortunately gets that ball back though. Ekdal plays the ball back to Dubravka. Dubravka gets the chance to play the ball out. Ekdal goes long, looking for Walker. Walker flicks it on towards Brozier. Brozier gets a little bit of a tug on the shirt from Tonali, and it's a free kick to Burnley, just on the Burnley half. Long diagonal ball from Walker, trying to get... Go on, mate.
No, I was just saying, mate, he shouldn't be giving... He got the ball, but he shouldn't be giving them that much room.
No. Header again forward by Lewis Hall. Laurent trying to force Gordon back, and again Anthony Gordon,
come on, Gordon,
under the challenge there, gets beat by Burnley. Burnley on the edge of the box, comes inside, there's a shot, it's come out to Chuana, who gets the ball onto his left foot, drags it back towards Edwards. 6-yard shot. Oh, it's great save off the line there from Fabian Schär, I think it was, who gets back on the line to save Newcastle's blushes there. Again, Burnley with a chance to get a shot off, and it's gone wide this time from Edwards. Oh, again, that was blooming edge of the seat stuff. Anthony Gordon comes on the inside, gets tackled by Laurent, comes for, I think that is 27. I'm trying to think who 27 is. Is that Brozier gets a shot?
Brozier.
Yeah, it comes back, and it's, I mean, it's so lucky because Edwards gets a shot. It's along the ground. Pope's planted. He's not going anywhere. Stretches a leg out, but it's Shaw who gets his blushes away with that goal line clearance. Well done, Fab Shaw. Long ball cleared for Newcastle. J7 gets a head on. Flick. But again, it fell kindly to Burnley, who managed to get it back to Dubravka. Humphries again now, playing the ball forward. Up to Chuani. Again, hustled by Miley. Miley's on the press there with Chuani. Ball comes to Laurent, who goes back to Dubravka. Humphries now getting pushed
Keep it up,
further
get on
and
your
further
man.
back. And again, it goes long. Shaw now picking this ball up, and again, no chances, just clears his lines. Ball's up towards Harvey Barnes, he's Bruno, who was offside. So he didn't take any part of that game. Again, Tonali on the press there, plays it back to Laurent.
That's
towards Edwards. Edwards Tonali tries to get the ball into Wissa, but again,
got a
deflected
corner out of it anyway.
for another corner. Yeah, well done to the boys. Keeping the press there. Love to go in at half time with 2-goal clearance, though, wouldn't you? Oh, just waiting for all the lads to line up at that back stick again. Can't see anybody at the minute sat on the keeper. And maybe we're trying something different. Marley this time with a corner. Comes into the near stick. Headed clear. To come out to Hall. Hall gets it under control. Gets it on his feet. Gets a shot off. Blocked by Edwards. Don't know what happened there, but it's just been kicked up in the air. But Tonali manages to get it under control. Yeah. And gets it back to Pope. Pope goes long over the top again. Trying to catch the Burnley defenders asleep. Ball drops kindly for Bruno towards the set of circle. But again, there's a lot of tussling going on there, but it's come back out to Burnley. Again, Miley gets a toe to it, pokes it out towards Lewis Hall.
Well, I can't understand why the ref played advantage there. But he was going to give the foul, and then he decided to play advantage.
Yeah, he looked as though he was going to put his whistle to his mouth, but didn't. Well done, Anthony Gordon again down this left-hand side. Skins them into the box, headed clear by Burnley. Edwards tried to pick it up. J7 tries to take it under control. Tonali swings a hoof at it. It's come out to Chuani, though, for Burnley, who can't get it under control. Oh, Anthony Gordon was there.
that him?
Yeah, no, he fumbled the ball, didn't he?
Yeah, he fumbled it. It's thrown into
Otherwise,
J7
he would have had it.
Plays it to Chow. Chow now picks the ball up, gives it to Marley on the outside. Marley again just looking for options, gives it to Bruno. Back to Chow. Chow can go square. He does to Shaw.
First time,
Shaw now picks
man.
the ball up and he's looking for options. Marley's out on the right hand
look.
side if he wants to give it to him. Gives it out to the left hand side to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon now again got 2 players to beat if he wants to go down that left hand side. Pulls it back to Hall. Hall comes inside. Plays the ball into Tonali. Tonali looks to go over the top and he does nothing at all, and it's literally out for a goal kick. It's poor option there, to be fair, from Tonali.
Very
He was under
well.
no
That's
pressure.
the last twice.
Yeah. I could see what he was trying to do, but there was no runners into that space,
No.
you see. Dubravka again tells all the Burnley players to go high. I go long. Again, looking to see if J7 can get underneath. So J7 jumps underneath this ball to Brozier. Comes out to Ugochukwu, and again, Edwards gone inside. Brozier's gone outside. And it's played behind them for a Newcastle throw-in. Halfway in the Newcastle half. Louis Saul now. Throws it into Tonali's feet, back to Louis Saul. Louis Saul looks up and he sees the run of Harvey Barnes. Can he beat that second player? No, they can't. Perez kindly heads it back towards Dubravka, who rolls it out to Ekdal. Up to Walker now. Gets dispossessed by J7. Into Tonali. J7 again trying to give it back to Tonali. Can't get it through the claret shirts. Chouani back to Ugochukwu, again trying to force it out to Perez down that side, and Chouani. Again, Harvey Barnes gets clattered by 2 Burnley players. It's come back to a claret shirt. Fiorentina now gives it out to Ekdal. Walker, faced up by Gordon, he goes back to Ekdal. Back to Humphreys now. Again, Newcastle on the half press, making Burnley go backwards. It's a poor delivery from Chiwana. Harvey Barnes now with a run. Tries to play it into somebody, but that's going to come all the way out to Anthony Gordon. Again, pressed by Walker. And Walker has got the ball, and Gordon went down again. Referee's given nothing. And Walker gets the ball off him easily, up to Edwards. Back to Fiorentina. Florentino. We're playing against an Italian side. Walker. Florentino. Ekdal passes it to Humphreys again. Burnley having a little bit of possession football now, gaining a little bit of confidence as they go forward. Chouani on the edge of the box tries to shape the ball into the top bin, and it's awful.
This is a poor Burnley team, you've got to say that.
I mean, I don't know what Gordon's asking for there, to be fair, because he won the ball back really well.
They're a poor team, Burnley. You can see why they are where they are.
Oh, absolutely. They're all over the shop, aren't they? Popey with a goal kick. With 5 minutes of injury time. Up to the halfway line. Again, J7 flicks the ball on, but it's easy for Laurent to clear these lines. Shaw heads the ball out to Louis Hall. Gets it off his chest. Brozier wins the ball back, though, on the halfway line. On the turn. Plays the ball forward. Yeah. Again, gets a little bit of head tennis here between Newcastle and Burnley. Ball eventually comes to a Burnley shirt, though.
Second.
Edwards now with the run. Tonali pulls on the shirt, trying to get Chouani in. But that has literally been blocked by Morley, and it's back out on that left-hand side. Oh, Louis Hall is down, holding his face. I don't know what's happened there. Anthony Gordon's kicked the ball out.
I think he's.
Don't know what's happened to Louis Hall.
Well, he must have been, because he knows that's camera, so he must have been hit in the face.
The ball gets kicked up.
Oh, it's not his face, it's his ankle.
Is he twisted?
Twisted something. Either ankle or knee by the look of it. If you look at the way he goes down, his 2 legs.
Yeah, it just buckles in, doesn't it? They just seem to collapse underneath him. Oh, great. That's all we need. Yeah, it's certainly his ankle that's been looked at here. Ball gets kicked up in the air, and then it just literally, his ankle goes from underneath him, and Ugochukwu, I think, just pushes his leg to stamp his foot down, and it just twists the ankle of Hall even further round. Eddie Howe just bangs his head off the
bangs his nut off the dugout. Maybe that knocks some sense into him.
Best thing to happen this half.
Yeah, Lewis Hall gingerly walks off, but he's back on his feet. Cheers all. Happy New Year, if I don't say it again. Having the dog.
I've run out.
You've run out?
I've run out.
Jesus.
He did have 27 crates though. Anyway.
I thought he had a direct tap instead of water.
Into his vein.
Yeah.
Intravenous drip, normal.
Yeah, just get an IV in a bag. Miley with a throw in just inside the Newcastle half. We are literally in the last dying seconds of the first half. Miley again, face towards his own goal, plays it inside to Shaw. Shaw looks up, long diagonal ball out to Lewis Hall, who gets the ball under control with his chest.
No, the matter with
Under
him.
a challenge from Hall. Back to Tonali again. A lot of players in a black and white shirt in the Burnley half. Out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes. Little give and go over the top. Well done.
Oh, referee,
challenge there.
No.
Come on. He's not giving much away there, is he? Again, under the challenge, Harvey Barnes. Marley now with a ball forward. Comes off Chuane, but back to Marley. Marley going backwards.
Nicely.
Plays the ball inside to Tonali. Again, under a challenge. It's a Newcastle throw. That's the 5 minutes add-on. So it's up to the referee now. Can't be much left. Miley with this throw-in. Plays the ball in, and again, referee just waits for the play. And it's half-time, ladies and gents. I'll let you guys do a little bit now. Do some chat if you want.
Indeed a Rooney. XG, Newcastle 1.46 to Burnley's 0.42. Apart from the goals, the big chances were the Bruno corner that resulted in the Mr. Wisser missed.
The Mr. Wisser.
But that corner was created by some great play when Wisser won the ball on the half turn on the halfway line and set Gordon up the wing, who crossed it in, and Barnes had the two shots that resulted in the corner. And then we had Bruno's wild shot after another Barnes, the failed attack. And I don't do that derogatory, because that was what resulted in the good chance. And then at the other end, we're sat back in the 5-4-1, conceded one, could have conceded another if Shea hadn't cleared off his line. And in the 40th minute, and that would have been going in at half-time 2-2, and Burnley would have been tails up in the air, and we would have been, oh God, again, it's happening again. I mean, if we, we've got another situation from being 2-0 up. If we can't get 3 points against Burnley from being 2-0 up,
well, you've got to ask the question. Then
there's something seriously wrong with the attitude all over the place.
This is a poor Burnley team. I think we can all say that. We should go out the second half and hopefully score a couple more and it becomes a comfortable result. But there's always that little niggle in the back of your head, as you say, when in regards to how the season's been so far. But no, it was.
And the thing about that book is that
okay first half, but as you say, the one point where we've knacked up is when we've done exactly what we've done game after game after game and sat back. It just doesn't work for us.
No, you're right. I mean, you look at some of it.
And do you honestly think that that's an instruction coming? Because I don't.
It's got to be when it's the same time every game. It's around the 22nd minute that will start doing that for a little while. And I kind of get why he does it. He's doing it to try to save legs to then go again. But it's just not working, and I don't know why he's keep doing the same thing, repeat, when it's obviously causing massive issues on the pitch.
I mean, even he said he doesn't understand why they drop into this, though, didn't he? You know, at his last presser, he said he doesn't really understand why we go so deep. He says sometimes, though, it's a natural instinct to hold on to, you know, get your breath, get your shape back. But again, you know, it's individual mistakes, and like if you look there, you know, Shaw playing everybody, you know, onside because he didn't get out to the line, if you like. And again, you could accept that if it was a makeshift, like we saw with Voltamada, yeah, but he's not literally looking at his lines, he's not being guided, but he's the last man. He's got to be looking at his line and saying, I need to step up here, and just leave them sat, you know, in there, the Burnley lot. But again, without Shaw, you know, that goal line clearance was amazing because, you know, without that thought process of him dropping onto the line, Pope was beating all ends up, wasn't he?
Then all his forms dropped off a cliff, and Bruno being poor again. Can't argue with that.
I just think it's been
you look all over the pitch when there's been tussles for balls. It's Burnley that are coming away with it. Every time, every time, and it's happened on, you know, a dozen occasions, more than a dozen occasions in the first half, where, you know, there's been a ball up, a headed clear, and it's gone into a group of players of both shirts. 99 times out of 10, it's Burnley that are coming away with that ball, not a black and white shirt. Which is completely different from the way it used to be.
Yeah, they've got 51.7 and we've got 48.3 on possession. That's what I said. You can see after we get the second goal, the drop off is incredible, you know, with possession. But again, your XG, we are over at the minute with our XG because it's 1.46 to scoring 2 goals. But on play, according to their XG, they shouldn't have a goal yet. And that's what I said. That's where the contrast is. It's too easy for opposition to actually get goals against us if they can't even reach. I mean, 0.42 is their XG, so it proves they've not been dangerous in front of goals. 14 shots to their 6, 7 target for Newcastle, 2 for Burnley, 3 big chances missed to 1 of theirs. And I say they've not had a corner yet. But again, you look at the accurate passing, and I think this is the one stat that you expect to be really good with the side that we've got now. 171 accurate passes to Burnley, 157 for Newcastle. Accuracy both at 79%. And again, we yellow cards 2-1 at the moment to Burnley.
Do you know what, Gary?
Becca's saying, I think Shea is influencing Eddie way too much from the way he banged his head like that.
But do you know what? With the passing, you don't mind if the passes that you're losing are trying to get you into attacking positions. Yeah. Some of the passing we lost there was just general short passes that we couldn't make.
Correct.
I mean,
we shouldn't be down with 2-1 up still, lads.
Yeah, but that's what I said. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom, but it's what we were saying during the game. To me, it just seems as though you are forcing the ball forward rather than playing the ball forward. You know, the runs have been there, and we both commented. There was lots of runs in behind, and nobody willing to pass the ball at the time. And then they try and play the ball.
Even seeing the run.
Yeah. And they delay, and once you hesitate, the chance is gone. But you know, like I said, we've took the 2 goals really well, and we are to the good. But again, even against Burnley, we still look a little bit shaky in defence, and that's the thing that worries me. You know, it's how they come out and react to the second half now. Are they going to come out and try and get that 3rd goal, and then try and control the game? Because, like we keep saying, it's about controlling the game, and we've struggled all season to try and do that, haven't we?
100%. Maybe I think we can talk about our goals as well. I mean, Joe Linton's finish was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Let's face it.
It was an excellent finish. Yeah.
Slight deflection on the shot, but a really, really good finish. And Wissa, it was a poacher's goal, wasn't it? Really, it was
a great,
one
proper
proper
box in the box.
Yeah. So there are positives. There are some positives there. So, but I think the problem is because we've seen so much of this all season, getting into these leads, then losing them. It's kind of playing in the back of your head slightly, isn't it? But against these, we should go out the second half and turn them over. Let's face it. Hopefully they tire a little bit. We've got good players on the bench. We'll make maybe some changes and we'll hammer home how much of a better team we are than these lot.
LT saying thank you for the super chat, LT. Oh, lost it. There we go. Tenali's been poor since he had the baby. And Barnes hasn't been in the game. I think that's a bit unfair on Barnes. He's been involved in a few of our best efforts.
I don't think he's as effective though on the right hand side. We've seen that over and over again, haven't we? Even though he does get himself into really good positions, it was his shot that obviously where Wissa's goal come from originally. So, like I say, he's getting himself in and around there, but he's not as effective as he is on the left hand side. But
and it was a good save from Dubravka that resulted in the Bruno shot.
Yeah, exactly.
But he did well to recover, keep in, and keep the kettle boiling.
Yeah.
So he hasn't had a stinker. I don't think you can say he's had a stinker, but I think you can argue that Tonali has, and Bruno's been. Oh my God! Look at that on American TV. Are showing Bergkamp's goal against Dubravka. Which I still don't think was meant.
Don't you?
No. He wants flowers for the quickness of the reaction when he realised what was happening. But that wasn't planned, was it, Helmer?
I thought it was.
That couldn't have been Dubravka.
I was going to say, that was 2003-04, wasn't it?
Not Dubravka, man. The centre half, man.
Yeah.
Dabizas.
Yeah. I was thinking that's Vieira lifting the title. Couldn't possibly.
Yeah. That was when he was a bairn. Oh, bless you. I mean, it is.
I love Dabizas, by the way. Absolutely loved him.
Yeah, there was a goal that Dabizas scored in one of my favourite kits. The blue kit when Alan Shearer first come to the club. It's like a light grey blue with the
denim.
stripes. The denim, yeah. And we have to get that down from upstairs. I have to go sort of hunting through my.
It was never one of my favourites, to be fair.
It was never one of yours.
There is a stat that, when I was doing. Back in the early days of stats, then when all you could get was kind of from the papers, before there was anything online or whatever, and when Newcastle played with Dabizas, Speed, Shearer, and Ferdinand in the same lineup, the four of them played together. I think it was 17 games in total that the four started. We won all 17. We scored something like 64 goals in the 17 games, and 14 of the goals were from corners. Because when we had a corner, nobody knew how to mark, because Speed was great with his head, Dabizas was great with his head, Celez was great with his head, Shearer was great full stop, and it's just like, how do we mark?
Yeah.
You just had to get the ball somewhere near, and it was in the back of the net.
Remember one of the quizzes we did with Chris when the question was, it was one of the cup finals, Dabizas was playing and Speed was playing, and it was who scored from a corner, and we both put Speed down, and you went, no, that's wrong, and then we both went together. Well, it must have been Dabizas.
Yeah. Boys, I've got somebody just knocking at the door. Give us a couple of minutes. If it starts, just start without me, okay? I'll be back in as soon as I can.
Would-be farmer, Dennis. Hello, Dennis. The individual performance have been horrendous at times. This, again, is all to do with house formation choice, right? I don't think you can put players' performances down to where they've been asked to play. You know, who's been asked to play out of position there?
I think it's how they're being asked to play is the problem. We're not necessarily where they're being asked to play. I mean, as you said, if it's not a tactical decision at the 20th minute to sit back and let teams come on to work, why isn't Howe going nuts on the sideline, shouting, "Come on, get yourselves up the pit"?
Well, we don't know that he's not, to be fair, but
you never ever see him on the sideline, sort of.
And this is where the worry come from. Ashington is saying we never usually improve in the second half, and that's the worry.
Do you know what I would like to see? Even though we're 2-1 up, make an attacking substitute at half time. Show your intentions against them. And fair enough, you don't want to play Worcester and Baltimore together straight from the start, but bring them on now.
Why not? Yeah, wouldn't it? I tell you, not only would it have an effect on the game, I think, but it would have an effect on the morale.
Yeah.
It was sending a message.
And could you imagine them Newcastle fans in the ground if them two start together?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, they'll be at it anyway. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, they will be, but they'd go absolutely nuts if they brought Baltimore on at half time and started, as I say, give the two of them a run out together.
Geordie J up in Edinburgh. Now, is Eddie going to do good game management at half time?
Fingers crossed.
We're about to see, because they're out on the pitch again.
Yeah, my missus, I thought that was my lost tops that have gone missing. My missus bought me two Newcastle strip, the new shirts, the blue and the black and white one this season for Crimbo, and apparently they've been delivered. They haven't been delivered to this house. So
it's not that old. I bought them routine again, is it?
Well, she showed me the invoice because she said, "Oh, you've had your shirt there," and I went, "No, I haven't." She went, I says, "What shirts?" And she says, "Well, according to my what's email, have been delivered." And I said, "They ain't come here." So she's investigating at the moment. I thought that could be them turning up here and they've taken them to the wrong house, but I've gone down to number 12 down the street, which is sometimes where my stuff goes, and they haven't seen them. Anyway, we're off. Go on, mate.
There's a lot of empty seats at halfway line in this stadium.
In the corporate.
Prawn sandwich brigade.
Yeah, exactly. Burnley with the throw-in after the kickoff. Kicking right to left now as we into the second half. Again, thrown up towards Browser. But Tonali takes that one, plays it out with Miley and Barnes. It goes all the way back to Chow, across the field to Lewis Hall, who's got lots of grass to work with if he wants to go forward into the feet of Anthony Gordon. But again, Walker sees the danger, takes it off his tail. Hall gets it back,
and
but again Burnley win that third ball. A bit of deflection,
given
that
away.
goes into Browser. Burnley just on the edge of the box now. Got a lot of Newcastle shirts around him. Browser plays the ball out to Walker. Walker again tries to play the ball back. That's deflected off Gordon for an early corner in this second half for Burnley. First one for them, yeah. See how good we are at these bloody set pieces. Be an interesting one.
I mean, can you imagine conceding again just after half time?
Oh,
don't say that. Perez with a corner for Burnley. Again, looking to get some whip on this ball the way he's running up for it. There's lots of players being told by the linesman there to get back on the field of play for Burnley. Perez drives the ball towards the 6-yard box. It's headed clear and it's out again for another corner to Burnley. Headed clear by Wissa.
I mean, what's Wissa doing in our box defending corners? Get him up the pitch.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how deep we become when we're defending set pieces. Ball again into the box. It's headed clear by Shaw. Harvey Barnes tries to get it cleared again, but he can only get it clear as far as Chuani. Chuani tries to drive it back into the box. He does to the back stick. J7 was there, though, to head it clear. Because Ekdal...
We've got no get-out ball here.
No, none. That's what I said. Even when we pick up the ball, it's a case of it's going to come back to them.
Yeah.
Another corner then. This is two in quick succession. Ball into the near post this time. It's headed clear by Miley, I think it was. Anthony Gordon with an half chance, with ball back in to the Newcastle penalty area.
Right.
But it's into Pope's hands.
Just take control, please. And by that, I don't mean tippy-tappy. I mean, let's have some incisive balls. Let's have people running. Look, who's looking for that ball there?
I mean, Shaw is getting hounded at the minute. Ball through the middle, up towards Wissa. Plays it out to Gnarly. And again, ball up towards Harvey Barnes, who's standing in an offside position, which is poor, really, if I'm honest, when you can see along the goal line.
Unforgivable.
Humphreys on the turn here, under pressure from Bruno. Goes diagonal to the other side of the field. And it's Walker who heads the ball forward, trying to get Edwards on the move. Back to Pope, who, again, Jesus.
Yeah, then.
Who was that to? Who was that to? He was under no pressure whatsoever.
To be fair, his kick in the day has been a bit better than it normally is.
Yeah, but Shaw just gives him that ball back. He's under no real pressure. And he just hoofs it straight out of play. Shocking, really. Ball down this left-hand side, but again, the cross is into the arms of Pope, who rolls it out to Tonali. Manchester United have just gone one up. Out now to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon now hugging that left-hand side. Face up against Laurent. Comes on the inside, plays the ball into the box. It's headed clear, though. It's only come out as far as Miley. Gets it under control. Bruno now plays it back inside to Miley. Miley gets it onto his left foot. Plays it to J7. Tonali now going along the 18-yard box. Back to Tonali on his right foot. Tonali in 2 minds and he's lost it. And now there's a break on from Burnley. Burnley now going forward. Again, just trying to... Ukachukwu just taking it into the corner, waiting for these claret shirts to come with him. Plays it inside. Again, Newcastle just can't get that second ball. Pires down to inside to Ukachukwu, who takes a shot. And again, Chuana just not really getting his head over it and hoops it over the bar. But again, in a promising position, Newcastle, and we just seem to be in 2 minds to try and do something with the ball.
Tonali lost the ball, but we just played it across.
Lewis Hall is down again.
Down again, Lewis Hall.
We just played it across there. We didn't try to put a ball in or take a shot.
There was 3 players had a chance to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
He's saying, look, if you're not right, get off.
Get off, yeah.
Yeah, but why didn't they have a look at this at half time? You know what I mean? You've been out for 15 minutes. Did. Oh, yeah, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Cuffy saying Tonali's been space jammed. I'm sure of it. Oh, my days. We are really struggling at the minute when it comes to playing simple. Again, for me, it's forcing the ball into a position that you don't need it to. Just play what you see in front of you. Backwards if you have to, but keep possession. You can't afford to get players on that moving forward situation, lose the ball, and we're all out of position then, and allowing Burnley to run into open space. Luckily, it was Ukachukwu, a defensive midfielder. Alex Murphy stripped and ready to come on. So it does look like there's going to be a change.
He's putting the training top on, so he's...
Well, he's walking off all right.
There's obviously something there, isn't there?
Something niggling him, isn't there? Give it 5 minutes, do you think? Or do you? I mean, why don't you just get him off now? Because that's the trouble now. You know, Shaw is going to be contemplating what's going on with him. Have I got a cover?
And it means Burnley are just going to attack down that side for a while, aren't they?
Well, like I said, you've got Walker, you've got Edwards, who's caused low ends of trouble. Laurent's found space down there, so it's been busy for Hall down his left-hand side. To be fair, so it's not going to be an easy one. Ball hoofed forward again to Chouani, gets it under control, plays it back to Humphreys. Now got a bit of grass to run into because Newcastle have dropped off, obviously all covering Lewis Hall's place. Ball again driven in. But that's in between the lines, and it's back with Pope for Newcastle, who again just takes his time, plays it out to J7, who's covering left back at the minute, who drives his laces through it up towards Ekdal, who goes back to Dubravka, plays safe. Humphreys again picks the ball up again on the half turn, plays the ball along the floor. Ukachukwu gives it a dummy to Edwards, who plays the ball over the top to try and get Brosier onto this. He's faced up by Malik Chow. Malik Chow gets his body in between. I'm sure he was expecting Pope to come and pick that up. And again, Chow's all over the place at the moment, but manages to get his foot in the end and gets it out for a throw rather than a corner. I thought he was going to give something away there, the way he never seemed to be under control with his ball for a while, did it?
He's learning with Pope, though, isn't he?
Well, I don't pass it back to Pope.
Not in that situation.
We'll go long through.
Yeah, Walker comes deep for this one. Crossfield to take this throw on the left-hand side. Throws in towards the 6-yard box. Headed in towards the penalty spot. Again, Burnley just trying to get something going. And it's cleared up to the halfway line. And Perez picks that ball up, plays it inside, and again, Edwards losing out to Tonali there. Hall back on the field of play.
Again,
get it out to Anthony Gordon. Gives it back to Burnley. Seem to be growing in confidence at the minute, Burnley. Newcastle dropping into this 4-5-1 on the halfway line. Again, Bruno on the half press. Humphreys having to turn back. Ekdal now again can only go backwards to Dubravka. Whistler on the hunt. Dubravka goes long now, halfway line.
Where's Barnes gone?
And Fabian Shaw. Barnes is on the halfway line.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Fabian Shaw misses out here, having to head that ball forward. Ball into the box. And he's got a shot on. Oh, it's down to Pope's left-hand side. And I thought that Chuana was going to get a goal. But Pope manages to get down to his left-hand side and save us there. Shaw sees the chance of cutting that ball out, but it goes all the way through to Laurent, who'd made a good blistering run. But luckily for us, Chuana's shot wasn't quite into the corner, and it was able to get down to it, Popey. J7 gives the ball to Hall, who gives it to Shaw. Shaw plays square short to Chow. Chow again now just dinks the ball up towards J7, who's gone onto that left-hand side. Again, hassled by Walker. He's questioning everything that Walker's doing at the minute, J7. It does make you wonder if it's worth the risk. Ball through the middle, trying to go through the press. Well done, Bruno. Bruno's got to run now towards the 18-yard box. Bruno plays it square to Andy Gordon, who goes over the ball.
Man.
Doesn't even get on target. He just leans back when he's putting his foot through that, and you can just see sandwich time. Well done, Bruno, there, though, because he goes through 2 challenges. And then he's just driving towards the penalty area. Look at that, just leading
on the left.
Brosier for Burnley now down this left-hand side. Brings Shaw with him. Brosier still got the ball. Shaw backs away and goes back into position. If I'm honest with you, I would get Lewis Hall off. He does look as though every time he kicks the ball with his left foot, he's wincing a little bit for me. Humphreys. Ugachukwu. Again, Burnley just keeping hold of the ball. Chuana, Ugachukwu. Back to Humphreys. Back to Ugachukwu. Again, Ugachukwu now playing.
Get a boot in, man!
Back to Ugachukwu. Plays it back towards the penalty spot, but J7 gets a foot on that and plays it out to Anthony Gordon, who tries to take it on and around Laurent, who gets a toe to it. And it's out for a Newcastle throw-in halfway in the Newcastle half.
Lads, we can all see where this going. Why isn't he making some changes?
Exactly.
You know,
Same old.
You know what I'd be tempted to do, man. I'd be tempted to, okay, if Lewis Hall's got to go off, play with the back three. With as daft as it sounds, we're mainly in the back three, and shove Voldemort on as well, you know, and let's start having a go.
Do something. You can see this is the same thing that's happening game after game.
Boys, we're only playing Burnley. You remember that? We're only playing Burnley. You know, that's the worrying thing. Miley with a clearance off the penalty spots again. It's only going back to the claret shirt though with Burnley and Humphreys. Humphreys now again looking to go forward, but has to
because
turn
we've
back.
got nobody up front.
Ekdal. Humphreys plays the ball up to Chuana.
Right,
Chuana loses the ball there with J7. Tonali now picks the ball up. Boy, you're playing it short. Plays it out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes now running at the angle of the box. Plays it in square again to J7. Comes back out to Morley. Back to Barnes. It's where you was before. Harvey Barnes gets it in his feet. Plays it into the box. Cleared. Half cleared, I should say. But again, there's no real challenge on the ball. And it's easy for Chuana to get Brozier on the go. It's 2-on-2 here. Lewis Morley gets back. He's played into Edwards. Edwards got a shot. It's goal. It's saved by the feet of Pope. It's come all the way out to J7. And again, that is another let off.
Tonali, run with the ball, man.
Plays it square to Morley this time. Morley now, again, just jogging forward. Gives it to Barnes. Again, there's no chance. Perez is on Morley straight away. Plays it to Chow. Chow, again, goes on the diagonal. Misses out Tonali. Plays it out to Hall.
Oh, there was
Gordon.
the run.
Yeah, Gordon went for the run, but Hall says, no, let's just play it safe. There's no need to go long. Chow, Tonali, out to Miley on the touchline now on this right-hand side. Barnes comes inside, and there's going to be a foul there from Perez on Harvey Barnes, who turned him.
Come on, Eddie, you're watching the same game. Make some changes. Do something.
It's gone pretty stale at the minute for Newcastle. Hall out to Anthony Gordon again, faced up by Walker. Gordon comes inside to Wisser. Wisser again under a challenge, loses the ball to Burnley. Burnley on the turn and play through us again. It's 3-on-3 here with Burnley. Burnley now with Brozier. Luckily, Morley holds him up. Perez on the outside. Perez now picks the ball up on the angle of the penalty area. Plays the ball to the back stick. Is it over Popey? No! Popey manages to get a hand to it and he plays it out to Edwards. Edwards is coming back. He backheels it to Walker. Walker puts it into the box. It's headed clear by Chow. Back in by Ugochukwu. Out to Harvey Barnes, who's playing it right back at the moment, who should see this ball down the line, but again gives it straight to Burnley. Humphreys now gets on board from the left centre-back, driving into the box. Humphreys gets the ball out of his feet, still holds onto the ball, onto the corner angle of the penalty area, gives it back, plays the ball to the back stick. Edwards with his header, it's off the bar! Oh my God, how many chances do Newcastle need to give up before they make changes? It's cleared. It's gone back though to Fiorentina. Perez now picking that ball up, challenged by Bruno. Bruno's put his hands to the side. He's asking questions of all his players. Everybody's standing still in a black and white shirt. Burnley are all over us at the minute. Ugochukwu now driving forward with the ball. Gives it out to Perez. Perez goes back inside. Again, no challenge from the Newcastle players. Perez picks the ball back up. He's got players on the left-hand side with Ugochukwu now. Ugochukwu sees a run deep. It's headed out again towards Tonali. Again picked up though by Burnley. Burnley play the ball square to Walker. Walker now looking for options. Plays it out to Laurent. Back in side now to Humphreys. Again, everybody's dropped back to the 18-yard box of Newcastle. Ugochukwu tried to get the ball past Chow. And again, the ball is allowed to bounce in the penalty area. And again, it's only half cleared by Newcastle. 2 or 3 players have gone down. And it's a free kick given to Newcastle by Laurent, who's questioning the decision, to be fair. But we are lucky. 2 real opportunities there for Burnley. One was clawed out by Pope. The second one was off the bar. And again, I think it was Laurent with the header. Yeah, it was. Laurent sneaking into this back.
The ball.
Look at that. Pope just watches it. Yeah. Pope again stationary with that one. And this one that's going over his head manages to take a couple of steps back and claws it out of the goal. So again, 2 really close opportunities there. I mean, obviously he had to save one as well. So Burnley, since the half time, have had 3 or 4 good opportunities to get the equaliser. And again, there's been no reaction from Eddie Howe to change up this system of play, which isn't even working against these. Ball over the top for Wissa to come on to, but Dubravka sweeps at the back and clears his line. That's up towards J7, who seemed to handball that, but the referee saying no, it was on the chest and arm. He's giving it to Tonali now. Plays the ball out to Miley. Miley's got a bit of space if he wants to run into it. Again, there's nobody really to give him any options in front of him.
One man.
And we've gone backwards to Chow, up to Tonali now, who's gone on the inside right position. Harvey Barnes now. Harvey Barnes goes down the right-hand side, and again, it's Perez who brings him down, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. In a good position to get the ball into the box here. But we are so ineffective through the middle of the park. It's unreal. Lots of discussion going on.
The 3 of them there.
Yeah, the 3 Stooges. See now, speak now, and see now. All the big targets in the box now, in the Burnley penalty area. Tonali with the ball, looking to whip one in between Dubravka. Will Dubravka give him an opportunity to try Tonali specially at the near post? Tonali runs up to the ball, plays the ball deep, falls to the feet of Sharp, who hooks the ball from Chow back into the box, and again it's just cleared easily by Burnley. And Laurent, who's played really well for them, to be fair. He's been involved in everything that they've done down that right-hand side. And again, he's a centre-half. Does make you wonder. Hall with the throw back to Anthony Gordon. Goes square. Miley. Again out to Harvey Barnes on this right-hand side. Barnes plays the ball into the box. Headed clear to the D. It's come to Lewis Hall. Can he get a shot off? It's blocked. And again, the ball is going out. He keeps it in. Bruno plays the ball into Gordon. Hall, Gordon, back into the line now with Bruno, who gets the ball into the box. It's not a great... Well, that looks like handball. That really looked like a handball from Burnley, but the referee's allowed it to go on. Oh, don't take risks there, Lewis Hall.
No. Got away with it.
He did. Brozier in one-on-one again situation. If he'd have lost his footing, Brozier was cleared away there with half a pitch to run into, to be fair. But it's a risk you don't want to take. J7 now looks like he's taking the space of Lewis Hall, who obviously he's still not shaken off that ankle injury. J7 dropping further and further back. Anthony Gordon. Again, no way of going forward at the minute. Lewis Hall sees far too much of that one. And Ugochukwu takes it off his feet and out for the throw-in.
For his own
Yeah, excuse me. Ooh, luckily for him, Ekdal, it wasn't clear and obvious, but it did look like it did come off his arm for a second there. Lewis Hall throws the ball down the line to J7, who's gone on a little bit of a run down that side, tries to take the ball inside. And again, lucky deflection from Ekdal, and it comes back off J7 out for a goal kick to Burnley. Bit lucky over the last 10 minutes, boys, do you not think?
Absolutely.
Bloody lucky.
But I'd rather be lucky than good.
Oh, Bruno again. Tonali tried to feed Bruno and it didn't
That
work.
was a bad ball by Tonali again. No,
Yeah, and again it's out with Burnley on this left-hand side. Chouani trying to get the ball in, but it's only come to Florentino. Ugachukwu now on this inside right position. Plays it on the outside to Edwards. Edwards drops a shoulder, trying to get it onto his right foot. Running Gordon inside, but again, decides not to bother and gives it to Walker. Ugachukwu now on that right-hand side. Trying to take players from the centre, gives it back to Edwards. Edwards drops a shoulder, brings it inside. He's got 3 black and white shirts, takes all to the halfway line. It's to the back stick, and it's nearly a goal for Burnley. Oh my days. Chouani, again, very similar to Wissa, stayed at the back stick. He heads it towards goal, but luckily for Newcastle, it's the wrong side of the post. I thought that was a goal. Just didn't catch hold of it at all, did he? And it just loops. Again, it just loops towards the goal from Chouani. Luckily, he's not very good with his head. But that lad is having an absolute blinder, this Edwards, down on that right-hand side. He is leading us a bit of a merry dance, to be fair. Long ball forward to Wissa again. Can't deal with that one. It's fallen to Bruno, who again can only head it forward because of the press. It's gone straight to Burnley shirt though. Chouani again now with Bruno for company, and again it's out for a Newcastle throw off Florentino, and that'll be Miley now just inside the Burnley half. It's looking absolutely crazy at the moment. We're all over the shop again. A different Newcastle after going 2-0 up, still struggling to keep hold of this ball and control the game. Tonali plays the ball square out to Lewis Hall on the halfway line. Gordon on the outside of him if he gives it to him early. Gordon now picks the ball up, driving towards that byline. Plays the ball again behind everybody to the back stick. It's picked up by Burnley, who go long. And again, it's out of play. Oh, it's not. Miley keeps it in play, but he only takes it back and gives it to Chow.
Well, he had to, because if he didn't, Chouani would have been in there.
Yeah, exactly. Tonali, but again, Newcastle just seem happy to take the sting out of the game at the moment. Burnley not on the press anymore, having a bit of a break, but they're keeping 3 bodies up top. So again, there's got to be space in behind them if they've got that many players up top. Gordon again under the press of Walker. Gets a clip on the heels, but they've says play on. Bruno. Playing a bit deeper now. Again, he's not got any options though. Tonali on the left of him. Tonali. Goes backwards to Shaw.
Easy ball.
Shaw's literally just waiting for the give. Gives it back to Bruno. Bruno again under a press. Gives it back to Chow, and Chow goes back to Shaw. Shaw's going to look up and try and play a ball over the top towards J7. J7 can only direct the ball to Humphries though, and Humphries is going to go all the way back to Dubravka. Whistle on the chase. Dubravka again goes short. J7 picks that one, but again can't find a black and white shirt. Goes straight back to Burnley. Edwards now with the fight. Laurent
how have they come away with that ball?
Laurent plays are trying to get the ball round the back of Shaw for Brozier, but Brozier run out of steam, to be fair. Good ball in to J7 in the middle. Now Harvey Barnes comes centrally. He's got Wissa in front of him. Gordon on the outside of him, but again delays the opportunity to play the ball, and the ball gets taken off him from Florentino.
Possession again.
Ugachukwu now gives it to Walker, back to Ugachukwu. Florentino now to Humphries on this left-hand side. Again, it looks so similar. Burnley just happy to play 5-yard passes. It's like a training game. Ugachukwu looks up. Again, Edwards gives himself the opportunity to come free. Again, he rides the tackle of Gordon. Beats 2 or 3 players. Plays in. Oh, God blimey. It's a good job Perez can't shoot. Down this left-hand side, Chouani can't head a ball. Perez can't shoot. It's a bloody good job, because Burnley at this present moment in time are all over Newcastle.
Well, it's Edwards, isn't it?
Edwards has been excellent. I mean, you know, he's just probably the smallest kid on the field, and yet he's skinned 3 or 4 black and white shirts there. He's walked through them as if it's not hot knife through butter. But like I say, there's no finishes in the Burnley side, because they've got some players that I would seriously look at going for. Really, this lad, if he's playing like this, and he can play like it on a regular score, on a regular game, He's so much better. Here we go. Let's get Harvey Barnes off.
Yeah. Let's make it easy for him.
Same old, same old. Here we go.
What's the point in that sub?
It's like for like. Here we go again. Let's see if we can control it, boys. Get Jacob Murphy on.
Who was worse than Barnes in the last game? Murphy. Let's bring Murphy on.
That's exactly right. Am I saying that? We haven't had much delivery into the box, lads, to be fair, from Harvey Barnes down this right-hand side. And that's something that we've been really lacking. Palpy with the long clearance, again, looking for J7. It hasn't got to him. Again, it's just hoofed forward by Tonali to nobody in particular. Ball's gone long again. Hall gets up for this one. J7 again just in front of him, picks the ball up, plays the ball inside. Tonali now. Again, jockeyed by 2 or 3 claret shirts. Loses the ball again. And again, Burnley on that right-hand side, driving forward with Edwards. Edwards tries to get that ball back in, but again, it's just beating him for pace. And even J7 is questioning what's going on in front of him because everybody's literally squeezing further and further back, and it's allowing the likes of Burnley to play literally both lines. And J7 now looks like he's running through treacle, if I'm honest with you. The lad's given up everything in this game. But Tonali there was... Come on, I mean, yeah, it is a foul. It is a foul on him, but the referee hasn't given it. So... Get yourself
back on your feet.
This would appear to be a one-off for Edwards. I'm just looking back on his ratings for the season. He's under 7 for the whole season.
Is he really?
And actually for 12 months since last March.
Wow.
It was the last time he averaged over 7.
Really? Oh, well, keep him there.
So he's playing out of his skin today.
Typical, isn't it?
Because he's looking like a world beater today.
He is.
Does that not just say when Newcastle or when we can make average players look like world beaters?
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? You know, when you've... and they give you so much confidence, Newcastle, don't they? It does make the average player look excellent. There's been a change. Larson's come on for Chuana for Burnley. So again, Scott Parker, he's making changes to try and get something out of this game. In the 75th minute, on the halfway lane now with Humphreys. Again, press from Bruno and Wissa, and Anthony Gordon forces them back to Dubravka, who again gets the ball out of his feet. And again, Short can only head the ball out for a throw-in on the halfway line. Again, a ball over the top of Hall into Brozier. Brozier now on the edge of the box. Looks up, plays the ball back to Walker. Walker gets out of his feet. Is he going to play the ball in? No, he's going to play it to Edwards. Again, tries to do a trick around Lewis Hall, but Hall stops and blocks that one. But again
we've just played ourselves into trouble.
This is shocking. Absolutely shocking. Woo-hoo-hoo.
You know, he's away with the ball and we just end up playing it back and putting ourselves under pressure.
Ourselves. I mean, Hall he sees 2 players on J7. He's got nowhere to go with that ball and he just gives it to his feet. I mean, it's criminal. It really is criminal. Just get it down the line. Just get out of your back 4. Pope with the long clearance again. 76th minute and Burnley 1, Newcastle 2. It's been all Burnley in this second half, I must admit, with the chances. Up to Wissa again. Not had a real chance there because there's nobody anywhere near it. To be fair.
Five big chances Burnley have had so far.
That's crazy, man.
Can we all start saying as well now that this is proven it's not Marder's fault that when people are saying he's not a striker, Wissa's played exactly the same role. It's obviously the way they're being coached and how they want them to play. So it's not that they're not forward, it's just that they're being told not to do what to get you.
Yeah, but look, now look.
Why does he wait till the last minute there when the player's on him before he decides what he's going to do with the ball?
Exactly.
It's crazy. Bruno picks the ball up.
You know, and this is the players. This is not what they're being coached to do.
Yeah, ball out from Tonali, comes to Murphy again, can't keep hold of the ball. And it's easy for Burnley and Laurent to take that ball out. But again, Laurent falls and gives the ball to Hall. Tonali gives the ball into Hall. Hall plays the ball into Wissa. Wissa's come deep to try and get involved in the game. Out to Murphy. Murphy's first touch into Bruno. Bruno strikes the ball, and again he's trying to get the crowd going, and it's a corner to Newcastle.
He wants to try to get the players going. Never mind the
exactly. It's been all Burnley in this second half. We need to get something up.
That off.
Lewis Hall just waiting for what's happening. Who's he shouting at? J7's having a right go at somebody in a black and white shirt. He's not even looking at the ball. Is this tactical? I think he was having a go at Miley, saying, get out there and take the corner. Yeah, he was. He was having a go at Miley. I don't know what's happened there. Anyway, Hall with the ball at the back stick. Dubravka gets his hands to it. They've allowed the ball to bounce, and it's over the top. It's off the line. And it's off the line for Newcastle this time. And it was, again, Humphreys, I think, with a header off the line from Malik Chow, who headed the ball back. And again, they allowed the ball to bounce, which is 50-50. Well done, Bruno, winning the ball back again. He waited just a bit too long to try and get the shot off. And Ekdal there just clears his line. Woo. 2 goal line clearances in the game. Miley now picks the ball up, plays the ball back onto the halfway line with Chow. Chow square to Shaw. Shaw to Lewis Hall again along the line. Up to Anthony Gordon. Into J7. Into Lewis Hall. Up to Wissa. Back to Lewis Hall. Nice move into the back. Oh, Murphy! The back stick and puts it over the bar. Oh, that was good football, boys. That is better football. But the finish just wasn't there.
But finished? How'd you miss it?
Is he offside, Wissa?
Wissa was offside, wasn't he? But would that have counted?
Well, he was involved in the play right on, from that build-up, so it wouldn't have counted if he was deemed offside. Yeah, he looked like he was more offside there, to be fair. Anyway, Voltemada for Wissa. Like we said, it's like for like.
Fuck off.
And it's going to be Ramsey for J7, I would have thought. Anthony Gordon. And Ramsey.
They will put Walter Motter on and take what in winger off.
Yeah, it's criminal, mate. So I don't even know what system he's playing now. That's the problem. Because anyway, Burnley have got the ball with Pires. Pires picks his ball up and he goes back to Humphreys. Humphreys back to Pires again. Newcastle just drop off them and allow Burnley to play in front of them. Not chasing the ball, getting a breather. Again, there's a half a chance there for Newcastle to win it back, but they managed to get it back to Dubravka. Unreal at times, this.
You know, and such a brilliant start, 2-0 up after 7 minutes and
I mean, like I say, they were going for it, weren't they? They were really going for it. I thought it's going to be a rugby score. Voltemada with a nice turn. God, feeds it into Bruno again. Referee has pulled that back though because it was a foul on on Voltemada.
Alan Bruno.
That was some beautiful football from Newcastle. Lewis Hall couldn't get it under control, I don't think, but he come to Wissa, gives it back to, but again, I don't know how he doesn't get that on target. But you see here, they allow the ball to bounce. J7 heads the ball back, and it's Chow who heads it on, and it's just off the line from Humphreys. Ball up to Voltemada. Nice turn from Voltemada again. Too many claret shirts around him, and the ball gets taken off in Brozier now, running towards the defence of Newcastle, who again just clear the lines out. Halfway in the Newcastle half for Burnley throw. Taken quickly. Again, Braun just taking this ball and giving it to Ekdal now. Humphrey to the left of him. Comes to Humphrey eventually. And again, it's off the Newcastle player. And it's out for a Throw into Burnley. Florentino goes diagonal, looking for Edwards on that right-hand side. Edwards tries to get it under... Oh, sorry, it wasn't Edwards. It was Laurent again, who had snuck forward to be that extra player from right centre-half.
We are lucky that these are a bloody awful team.
I must admit, I mean, he's worked his socks off for them today.
Oh,
By saying that, he doesn't need to. You know, he's been, even though they played three at the back, he's not played as a defender most of the time. He's been a winger. Popey goes long to the halfway line again. J7 with their ball down. Good, Bruno with Ramsey now with the ball out of his feet, but again can't get past Walker, who goes back to Dubravka. Dubravka sees Walker available to the right hand side, beats Ramsey. Again going long, Burnley. Miley sees that out of the air on his chest. Hall backs into a Burnley player, but again the referee pulls the game back for a foul on Hall. It's a free kick to Newcastle. 83 minutes gone. J7 gives the ball to Shaw.
And we don't give away goals in the last few minutes, do we?
No. Shaw goes to Chow. Chow again under the press there from Larson, who's got involved in the game. Bruno trying to get down that left-hand side. Bruno is told to get on with it. Gives it into Tonali. Tonali goes through the middle.
What the hell?
And it's straight back to Burnley. Burnley now playing the ball with Humphreys. Perez now. Plays the ball down the line. Florentino. Oguchukwu. Down the line again, that right-hand side, trying to get behind Newcastle, but Hall sees it. Plays it into Bruno's feet, gives it back to Hall. Hall now to Bruno again in the middle. Comes to Tonali. Goes on the outside to Ramsey. Ramsey on that left-hand side now. Again, stops, plays the ball into Tonali. Ramsey. Again going backwards, Lewis Hall. Goes down the line towards Tonali, back towards Hall, but again, straight back to Burnley. And Oguchukwu, he sees Perez on the inside right position. Plays the ball inside of him. Has a shot, but it's blocked by Chow.
Now, how are you move, man?
And it's Bruno now who gets...
Why didn't he just run?
Murphy under pressure from Perez. Again, facing his own goal, gives it to Chow. And Chow now. They just literally look dead on the feet.
Ramsey's saying, look, I'm here, man. Now he's had to go all the way back.
J7 again under a lot of pressure. And again, from Laurent, gives the foul. 85th minute, guys. Still 2-1 to Newcastle.
I've had quite a bit of injury time, though.
Yeah.
As Hall's been down twice, hasn't he?
He's certainly not happy at the minute, is he? What he's seen. Chow again picks that ball up, plays the ball into Tonali. I thought Larson was going to get that ball then. Pope now. Plays the ball long, looking for Voltemada. Again, it's headed off his head by Humphreys. Walker clears the ball long again towards Tonali. Lucky deflection falls Tonali's way. Murphy now. Murphy plays it on the inside to Bruno. Bruno got the options. Everybody's run away from Bruno. Get it into the box. Plays it towards that back stick with Ramsey. Gets it out of his feet. Plays it back to J7. J7 again. Tonali. Deflection comes up towards Voltemada. Gets it down. Coming out towards Murphy. And none of them. There's two players. And not one of them want to get that ball. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we are so lucky because Humphreys there. Between the two of them, he wanted it more. And Newcastle literally looking like they're trying to run the clock down now. But there's still a long time to go. Miley throws the ball up towards Voltemada. Keeps the ball tightly controlled. Back to Murphy. Miley Inside to Tonali. Tonali looks up. Got Murphy on the touchline. Inside to Bruno. Oh, Bruno,
for
heavy
God's
touch. Gives the
sake,
ball
man.
straight back to Burnley. Brozier again trying to turn. Comes on the inside of J7. Is J7 going to get booked? Oh, he's already on a
J7's
booking.
off.
No. J7's walked away. You've got to be lucky, to be fair, because he did dangle a leg out there.
Oh, that's a yellow card, like.
Yeah, he's lucky lad, I'll tell you now.
That's it.
Oh, a couple of players again coming on. Ogachukwu. They're certainly going for it now, Burnley. He's off. Oh, Barnes is on for them. The old boy.
Yeah, again, at this point, a good manager would be thinking, I need to get J7 off before he's sent off.
Yeah. Who's that young lad who's just come on there? Barnes has gone up top for them, so it'll be 2 up top for Burnley. But who was the other lad that come on? Was it Burnell? Anyway, it's a goal kick to Newcastle. Popey with the goal kick. Just trying to... I mean, everybody said this wasn't going to be sweaty bum time. J7 with that close control on the touchline there again.
Go on.
Did well,
Go on.
Ramsey there. Gets it into Voltamada. Ramsey in front of him. Ramsey carries on with the run. He goes down in the box, but again, the referee's going to wave that away.
Yes.
Arsenal have just gone 1-0 up against Aston Villa. Dubravka goes long. Again, Lewis Hall should be underneath this. Gets it out of his feet again under the challenge. And that's going to be a Burnley throw-in, I think. Brozier's gone down and he's... Scott
Why is he
Parker's
trying to crawl back on the pitch?
pushing him onto the pitch. Comes out to Perez for Burnley. Again, heavy challenge down this right-hand side on Braun. Oh, he's struggling somewhat.
Mike Tressor is the Burnley 31.
Tressort. Right, thanks, mate. Ball again forward. Barnes tries to get it under control on his chest, but it's gone out of for a throw into Newcastle. But Brozier's struggling. He's gone down. Ooh, it was a bit of a heavy challenge with Lewis Hall, wasn't it? He's really struggling, to be fair.
To be fair, it was him putting his foot in front of...
Fall.
I mean,
yeah.
you know, they've gone really heavy attacking here now because they've got Tressor on, who's an attacking midfielder. Barnes, who we know can sneak a goal or two. He knows where the goal net is, and Browser, obviously, who's down at the minute. So they ain't thinking of defending Burnley. They've got Larson on the left-hand side with Edwards on the right-hand side.
And Larson on as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's an interesting one. Scott Parker. 5 added minutes. I thought there was going to be a lot more than that. So we're into the stoppage time now. And obviously there's going to be a little bit more because Brozier's crawled onto the field of play and stopped play.
To be fair, Parker pushed him onto the field of play more than him crawl.
Yeah, it was a crazy one. And they've used all their subs up, you're right. They have no more subs.
That does not look like a man who's enjoying this win for us in the bench.
No. I don't think he'll be continuing to play anyway, so they'll be down to 10 men. He looks absolutely gone.
He cannot walk, can he?
He's struggling to walk, never mind anything else. He's got a whack across the back of the calf, and obviously this time of the game, you always get that cramp settling. Throw-in's been taken. It's gone all the way back to Chow. Poping out. Under pressure from Larson. Goes long up towards Voltemada. Doesn't get the ball though. Headed back towards Shaw. Miley. Murphy. Tonali. Ball over the top to try and get Voltemada in, but again. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up here.
Oh, hit it, goal,
there's a chance
goal,
for Bruno.
goal. Hallelujah.
Well done to Bruno. Again, it was a total mix-up at the back for Burnley. And Bruno's simulation, he's driving his car. What on earth were they doing at the back? Ekdal Dubravka really waiting for that ball. And Dubravka, he's saying, I can't pick the ball up. I'm outside the box. Ekdal doesn't react to it. Doesn't pass him the ball back. Nobody takes control. Voltemada's on the press. The ball comes back after deflection to Gil Mahrez. From around about 35 yards, open net. Bruno. Well done, Bruno. 3-1 to Newcastle. We can all breathe easy. Love it. Really poor that was, though. What was going on? Dubravka should have just stuck his foot through it. Slips over. And away. There you go. That will deflate Burnley now. Ooh. Just got to get it on target. And he does a cracking job of that, to be fair, Bruno. Because Walker was trying to get back. But again, no chance he was going to catch that up. I think that is just typical Newcastle. Eddie's hugging on to Wissa there. J7's off. I don't know who's coming on. Yeah. Another defender. Willock is on. Which is about right, to be fair, in the dying minutes. Ball out of play again, deep in the Newcastle half for Burnley. Thrown back in. And Burnley just trying to get the ball into the box. Goes up towards Barnes. Again, it's deflected down. It's on the half turn. Newcastle get the ball away. Yes, they can. Lewis Hall manages to get it off Willock and takes it out for a throw into Burnley. Again, Burnley looking to get this one towards the 6-yard box. Walker throws it in again. Lewis Hall heads it cleared up towards Voltemada, who again plays the ball. It's flicked out quite nicely to Ramsey. Voltemada now on his own. If he can look up, played the right ball, but the
tried to get it to Murphy, to be fair.
Yeah, he did square it, but again on his left side, he needed an aerial pass, and it went along the ground. But again, it's back down.
It needed to be a lot harder than what it was. Brilliant.
Well, yeah, brilliant.
Right, time.
Yeah, just control it. Hall plays the ball out to Ramsey now. Ramsey's just got lots of space, but just take it easy now. Willock. Again, Ramsey. Hall. Yeah, nice. Get them running. This is what they needed to do. Ball, again, that's a dodgy ball from Shaw. But Bruno sees the danger and throws it back to Pope.
You know, that sort of thing. That's not Eddie Howe, that. That's not Eddie Howe telling the Shaw to play a shitty ball like that.
That's what I'm saying. That's percentage balls. And I keep saying, you can't afford to do that against anybody because they're going to get picked off. Just play simple. Guarantee it. Murphy, again, luckily with that control, falls to Bruno, though. Again on the half turn, but again, it's picked up by Burnley, who's lost it to Willock. But again, doesn't really come back to Bruno, and it comes back to Burnley. Perez now, again, getting forced backwards. Bruno seems to have got 5% back in his legs because he's running a lot better. Ball back down to Marley in the right back position. Barnes looks to cut the back pass out, gives it to Tonali. Tonali again got an option to go back to Pope, and he does so. Referee's played 1 minute extra up the minute. The ball goes long. Up to Voltemada again. Not really getting much support from Murphy. Perez takes it all the way back to Dubravka, who gets it long. Again, it's Willock who gets underneath that. But again, Burnley pick up the second ball. And the play down the left to Larson, who's not really got involved in the game since he's been on the field of play. Humphreys, Ekdal. And I think that is it. Yeah, that is it, boys and girls.
Woo!
Oof. Crikey, I am sweating buckets here. That one wasn't as easy as a scoreline predicts, to be fair. But it's a win.
Far from it, but as you say, it's a win.
Right then, we will be obviously straight back with you guys with the post-match analysis. So again, thanks to everybody that's been on for the few hours. If you want to come and have your say in the post-match, then obviously come on board. We'll see you there, literally straight from this. 3-1 to Newcastle. I believe we were 10th in the Premier League at one point. I don't know if the results have gone with us, but we'll have a check of that, and we'll look where we are after today's games. And obviously there's games tomorrow as well. So see you on the next one. Thanks for watching. Away the lads.
Away the lads.
Bokeh.
Lasses and bins.
Yay! See you in a bit.